Last year, it was the quarterfinals for the D's. It means this great club still has never won the Vitality T20 Blast. Could this be the year, though, that they end the hoodoo? We'll have to wait and see. Welcome along to the Vitality T20 Blast 2025, and welcome along to Durham Live. Yeah, hello there. Welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street, and welcome back to Durham Live in association with Daffy News. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and over the course of the next 6 or 7 weeks, you are not going to miss a single second of Durham's T20 campaign as they aim for a very first T20 title. And today, of course, well, it's not just any day, it's a double-header day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Unfortunately, the women couldn't quite get the job done against Lancashire Thunder, falling to defeat only about 45 minutes ago or so. The question now turns to whether Ryan Campbell's lads can get the job done and make it 2 wins from 2 this Vitality T20 Blast season and try and establish themselves as one of the favourites in the T20 Blast North Group. We shall wait and see. We're about 18 minutes away or so from the start of this one, but as ever, we have got you covered right here on Durham Live. Every angle covered by our camera ops, every bit of commentary covered by our fantastic commentators, and I wish I could say every bit of punditry covered by our experienced pundits. Let's introduce them then, shall we? We, of course, already have seen Ashley Thorpe this afternoon, fresh from his 50th birthday celebrations. I still can't quite believe it. The man looks 65 minimum. And we have been joined in the Daffy News studio by a bloke who knows us all very, very well by now on Durham Live. He is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Gordon Mutchell. Hello, Mutchie. How are we doing? We're all right.
I'm very well, thanks. Pleased to be back. Looking forward to a good game this afternoon. And all good.
Why did you decide to come back? It's the toughest question all afternoon, to be fair.
Was he invited?
He just turned up about 20 minutes ago. We had to shoo him in.
It was a late invite, I know that. I planned all my holidays all year to try and fit in with these things. I hadn't had the nod. Thursday, my phone rings, the great man Seymour's on. I thought, oh, this is bad news. But no, he must have had anyone else. That's the problem, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what, it completes a pretty decent punditry lineup, I would have said, and commentary lineup as well, as Durham go head-to-head with Lancashire on this first Sunday for the men of the T20 Blast. Ash, have you had any rest at all? I mean, you've been a busy boy today. You've been commentating, you've been doing punditry here in the Daffy News studio, you've been out and chatting to Danny Hazel after the women lost. And breathe, or what? Now you have to join me and Mutchie.
Love it. That's what T20's all about, isn't it? The blast, you're flying around doing things, flying off the seat of your pants a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Well, if anyone's ever watched Durham Live before, they know that's exactly what we are all about in this very studio. Look, let's focus on the men. Obviously, it wasn't to be for the women this afternoon. Did you catch much of it?
I did. I tuned into you guys at the start of the show.
Yeah.
Watched the first half. I thought the bowling performance was pretty good. Got in the car, we were flying, and then, unfortunately, as I walked through this studio door, the wickets started to fall. So, hopefully, I'm a bit of a better charm for the men. But, no, they put themselves in a winning position there and unfortunately couldn't get over the line.
Judging by the commentator's curse that we experienced at so many different junctures last season, I don't know if that's going to come true. But hey, it's a new season. New things might happen in this Daffy News studio. We'll have to wait and see. Ash, obviously, we've had the disappointment of the women. Danny's Durham couldn't quite get over the line against Lancashire. What about Ryan Campbell's side? Because we're going to look at the highlights from the Birmingham win last night in just a second. How do you think we're shaping up on the men's side for this T20 campaign?
I like the fact that we've got lads that can bowl fast, we've got lads that can hit sixes, and we're really athletic in the field. You talked a little bit earlier about getting a vibe and a feeling around the group. I like this group of players. There's just a real good energy. Made the quarters last year. Can we go that step further and make finals day?
What is it about the balance then, much of this team now? I mean, Ash has talked, we've got lads who can hit the deck bowling wise, we've got lads who can smash sixes no matter what. What is it about the balance of this team that makes you confident if You are confident.
I'm very confident. Come on. As you say, the footballers have had 2 trophies. We just need one more. Things happen in 3s. Hopefully this is the year we can get this T20 Blast trophy over the line. Yeah. But no, I mean, you just look at that lineup and there's bowling options galore. We've got leg spinner, left arm spinner. We've got Agman who bowls off spin. I mean, the one thing we probably are lacking, which we had with Dorcas last year, is a left armour. Yeah. But you know, it's a really exciting lineup, and I'm really looking forward to seeing these 2 new overseas give it a good rip. I mean, we've got obviously Neesham, who's got a wealth of experience, bowls well and smacks it out the park, like you're saying. This young lad, folks, looks really good. He's sort of, I know Jimmy Anderson's been picked in the side here. He's the old king of swing. I've seen him swing the ball with that ball yesterday, so I'm really looking forward to see how he goes.
Well, we're going to look at team news in just a bit, but of course, like I mentioned before, this is the second game so far of the T20 Blast campaign. The first was down at Edgbaston last night. Always a tricky destination, isn't it, for any side, let alone us up here in Chester Street at Durham. But I tell you what ensued was a fantastic opening night in the Vitality T20 Blast for Durham as we went down to Edgbaston and brought the points back to the northeast. Check out the highlights.
Been at Durham a couple of years now.
You two know the highlights inside out from last night anyway, so it's all good. Look, let's just summarise it by saying we do not go down to Edgbaston and win that often against the Birmingham Bears in the T20. So without getting into the nitty-gritty of it, cracking win, Ash, to kick off.
Yeah, superb. Always good to get the tournament off to a start. Heard Emily say it's not about the first game, it's about the last game. Yeah. However, you can build real momentum by getting a start. You mentioned Birmingham. We don't travel well to Birmingham. No. We rarely come away with anything. And to get 2 points, but not just that, but to put in a really, really good performance and win. Well, we did it our way in the end. It was a little bit hairy at the end, but pretty comfortable, actually. Getting those early wickets in the power play, having Parky getting back to his best. It's so important for us to get started and just build that confidence throughout the tournament.
Are we adding this to Emily's list of talents? Obviously, she's been a pundit today. She's going to be doing commentary as well at some point. She's been running water physiotherapy. Motivational quotes now are in there as well, are there?
Why not?
She's got everything in her locker.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
And then we had to go out and get Muchie in the studio. Muchie, let's talk about the bowling in particular last night, because we got off to an absolutely belting start down at Edgbaston. They were 3 wickets down very, very quickly, and the spinners were at the heart of it early on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Parky's not managed to get in the championship team, and I'm sure he'll have been chomping at the bit to get out there and show what he can do. And obviously them two early wickets got us off to a great start. And then the boys went on from there and I think bowled them to an under par score. Yeah. And like you say, we got there in the end. We gave everyone a little bit of a bat. That was tactical, I think. I'm sure Raine and the coaching staff would have rather someone had took the ball by the horns and got themselves over the line. But like you say, a win's a win, and we got off to a good start in the competition.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a Durham T20 campaign without giving the supporters a little bit of a fright every now and again, would it? We talk about additions to this team. Jimmy Neesham is probably one of those additions. Obviously overseas, he knows T20 like the back of his hand, and he showed what he could do last night, Ash, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's going to add value with bat, with ball, getting on a little bit, but still pretty good in the field. But his information that he passes on to our players is so vital as well. He played a T20 game here during the week against Notts, just jumped straight into the second 11 and had a crack, which is a bit what he's all about. Yeah. he's experienced in the franchise world as well, so he knows what it's like coming into a new environment, and he's got so much experience to offer.
And of course, not the only new addition in terms of the bowling lineup as well. Aldridge coming in as well. Muchie, talk to us about him. Obviously, he's a T20 winner with Somerset.
Well, that's it. I don't actually know an awful lot about him. I was speaking to Ash before. Obviously, he comes here with high raps. I think the Somerset fan base aren't too happy that we've managed to snaffle this guy up. So we'll not worry about that too much. But no, as you say, you just look at that lineup. We're full of all-rounders. I mean, I watched a little podcast. Max Morley came and did some sort of podcast, and Graham Clark was steaming in, taking wickets in the net. So I think Leesy's got 9 different options to pick from. He's probably the only one that doesn't get a ball, but not really good.
Nice to have the options. And this is why we bring you back into the Durham Live studio. It's the brutal honesty of coming in and going, look, I don't have a clue about him, but Ash did, so you know what, we'll pass it straight on to Ash and let him just deal with all the analysis instead. You mentioned kind of like the bowling attack, certainly, but it's again, those all-rounders, like you said there, Muchie. We've got a good batting lineup again, Ash, haven't we? And it's this, I mentioned that word balance before. We tried to rush to the highlights and failed miserably. But it is that balance of having some really, really good seamers, but then we've got a very, very good batting lineup to back it up.
Yeah, we have. We've talked a little bit about the bowling, having spin. I love Nathan Souter. I love what he offers, and he's been absolutely fantastic signing. But there's nothing better for me than watching Graham Clark go out there and belt it around in the power play. People's champion, we've called him quite a few times. He's just a great guy, and like I say, he pitch it up, he belts it, drop it short, he belts it. He's probably getting a duck now, and that's all on me. But there's, you've got the experience of Lee, so you've got a right hand, left hand combination. Ollie Robinson's just coming into some really nice form. He'll be batting at 4. And then we've got the big boppers in the middle, like Neesham, that can really clear the ropes.
I love the start of the season on Durham Live because we are so absolutely full of optimism. As we were, to be fair, last season throughout the majority of it, and we made quarterfinals. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that can continue. Muchie, you mentioned there about Alex Lees, and obviously captain once again. What would it be like for a captain to be able to look at that squad, that T20 squad, especially the names that aren't even in that squad tonight, and thinking, you know what, I've got an easy job here as captain, haven't I?
Well, that's it. He's got options, and he's just picking the right one at the right time. But no, it's a captain's dream. You don't want to be relying on 4 or 5 bowlers all the time and making sure they have to bowl a lot of overs. So he's got that flexibility, and I was really impressed with the way he captained the side last year. Actually, I thought the way he marshalled his troops. In the field, Scott Borthwick gave him a lot of abuse about the way he dives and things like that, but he pulled off some great catches, puts himself in that hot spot, it's sort of extra cover, mid off the spinners, and it's great. I mean, obviously, he's an experienced lad, and like you say, he's got a wealth of experience to call upon with Neesham and Ben Raine and other people, and he's got some young guys coming through. Obviously, Minto, like I've mentioned before, isn't in the squad, but we've got some young lads coming through. And Fawkes, obviously, is 22-year-old, sort of finding his feet. It's a nice balance to the side, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like Badge to give anyone any abuse or anything. Actually, I better be careful. We're locked in negotiations to try and drag him back into the Durham Live studio at some point over the next 6 weeks or so. So if you are watching this, Scott Borthwick, we can't wait to have you back here on Durham Live very, very shortly indeed. We've talked a lot about the Durham team. The Lancashire team, of course, the big team news is a certain, as you said, Muchie, King of Swing, Ash, who is in there, and the conditions. They're Jimmy Anderson orientated. I mean, aren't any conditions Jimmy Anderson orientated?
Oh, the man's a genius. The amount of cricket that he's played. From a Durham fan's point of view, when I saw his name on the team sheet, I was like, from just a pure cricket fanboy point of view, I'm like, wow, Jimmy Anderson's playing. You know what I mean? So we win either way. Hopefully he bowls beautifully, gets belted. But yeah, what an addition you can put in. They've had a pretty nice start, Lancs. Been going nicely with the bat. The 2 big left-handers in Jennings and Wells have started really nicely. Got quite a good options. Luke Wood bowls wheels, and then you just throw Jimmy Anderson into your lineup. Not bad, eh?
No, it's canny. And unfortunately, we don't have Stokes here or anyone to throw in at the moment. But Salave, obviously, there's Jimmy in there. But I think Ash just mentioned it there. The batting is looking in decent form. Obviously, Keaton Jennings, a name that we know very, very well up here at the Riverside. He's in good form too, isn't he, Muchie?
He is, and he'll have been a little bit disappointed with the start of the championship campaign. He's obviously given the captaincy up, and he's coming at this T20 last season with a point to prove. And as an opposition player, you do not want Keaton Jennings with a point to prove because he's not a bloke who looks for excuses. He'll go out there and, as he's shown in these first 2 games.
Yeah.
So, as I say, hopefully we'll give him the commentator's curse today and he nicks off first ball. But, no, I mean, obviously, former teammates, it's great to see him doing well.
Yeah.
And obviously him and Wells at the top. There's some height in that opening partnership there. And again, like Thorpe was saying about Clarkey, if you pitch it up, the belt is straight. And if you drop it short, they're strong on that short ball as well, with a little bit of deflection in there as well. So, a couple of early wickets in that power play will go well today for us.
Absolutely, and as ever, we're full of professionalism here on Durham Live, which is why I was frantically texting poor Sam, asking him who won the toss, what was happening. Sam, fair play to you for texting me back so blooming quickly as you did. Lancashire won the toss and they've decided to have a ball as well. That probably bodes quite well for Lancashire. They looked at the conditions, looked at Durham's lineup and thought, you know what, nice little ball. How do you see things going today, guys? What's going to happen?
It'll be really interesting watching the girls' game earlier. You know, if you bowl with any width, you're going to go around the park. This outfield's rapid. Hopefully Durham, with the home field advantages, know how to play here. We've seen Lancashire have a bit of success here in the past as well. Yeah. But here's fingers crossed for a Durham win.
Absolutely. As you see the 2 Durham openers coming out. Muchie, what are we thinking? Is it going to be similar? It was a 2-run win last season. Do you reckon it's going to be equally as nail-biting this time around?
Well, I hope so. From sitting in this dressing room, I think Ryan Campbell would prefer a nice, easy win. But no, obviously Clark and Lees hopefully gets off to a good start here, and then we see some fireworks with that middle order at the end. 200+ score.
That's the optimism we like to see. And you know what? We also like to see that professionalism in Durham Live. George, no idea where he is. I think he's halfway through the Durham students at the minute, catching up with his mates. So this is going to be the first time in my presenting career, most certainly, that I basically throw, as George runs across me, straight to the commentator's desk, as does Muchie, as does Ash Thorpe. This is fantastic to see, the lads join in the commentary. It's time to throw across to your commentary team of Ash Thorpe, of Gordon Mutchell. And first, he's back from the students. Give it up for George Gumpett.
Yeah, absolutely. No lack of professionalism here. Just finely timed. It's a well-oiled machine here at Durham Live. That Banks Homes Riverside got Gordon alongside me, just been for a little lap, and it's a lovely atmosphere. We've got the inflatable nets, we've got all the kids out doing some throwing, some catching, some hitting cages as well. It's a nice family atmosphere, and I'm really excited for this, Gordon.
Oh, absolutely over the moon. What a treat, Jimmy Anderson running in with a new ball to an informed Graham Clark, so this should be a good little battle here.
Yeah, you did float the question after the women's game if he'd be playing. He is indeed, and here he is, first ball of the innings from the Lumley end. This full and straight, this on the money straight away from Jimmy Anderson, as you'd expect, but Graham Clark off the mark first up, and he'll be delighted about that.
Absolutely. Would you expect anything less? Just homing in, middle and leg there, good length, and Clark was up to it, and we're on the board, one for none. How is that student stand looking over there, George?
Yeah, well, they're draped in the sun, and a few of them fairly well oiled already. And I imagine that will only continue to be the case. It's only 5 p.m. Plenty of time in the day yet. Jimmy Anderson stays over the wicket to the left-hander. And Alex Lee just swivels, and he's going to look for 2 here as he pushes it wide of the fielder. And they do come back fairly comfortably. It's good running, good intent from these 2. Not a bad start.
No, and this outfield looks electric. Obviously, we've had a nice summer so far. A little bit of rain recently, but it's going to get value for your shots again today.
Yeah, as we saw in the women's game, if it beats the ring, 9 times out of 10 it goes to the ropes. It's absolutely rapid. Here just in front of us we have the Lancashire women watching on the ropes. Lee just fishes outside off stump. Really nice carry on it from Anderson as well.
How many players and misses do you think Jimmy Anderson's got throughout his career?
Reckon he stopped counting about 3 decades ago.
I remember Paul Collingwood always said the thing he misses most about playing Test cricket was standing slip to Jimmy Anderson. He said it was just unbelievable.
Lee's drive straight to the man. I bet the thing he misses least about Test cricket is dropping one off Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, it's never nice when you drop one of the slips, but Jimmy's a typical fastball, and he is particularly grumpy at times.
He's got a good set of daggers on him if he wants it as well.
Not that Collie would have dropped many in his career, mind.
No, absolutely not. Gentle hum around Banks Homes Riverside. Lees tries to pull it. And a performative 2 hands in the air. Trying to suggest he left it almost, but not quite the case. Big old swish.
No, I think he was eyeing up that leg side again there. And I mean, Jimmy, is he 42, 43 now? Still got plenty of zip on that ball. And he's just fit as a fiddle, isn't he?
Just one out on that leg side.
He just took the slip out and put him into mid-wicket here. Third man back, points coming up.
Bit of a leading edge from Alex Lees for a dot ball to see out the over. And at the end of the first over of the power play, it is Durham 3 without loss.
And Jimmy's found that length, hasn't he, straight away. Top of the stumps. The odd one they just thought they might have been able to get a pull away from, but good first over. 3 for none. It looks like it's Aspinwall with a new ball as well.
Yeah, I think there was little doubt that Jimmy would be on the money from the off. Doesn't look like there's going to be many freebies from the Lumley end. Too good for Graham Clark.
So again, he just falls over a little bit and gets the ball to stand up. He's an awkward little action, I think, Aspinwall there. And again, right in the money. That first class length, really.
Again, that line of length almost looked like he was falling over as he was running in. His head so far forward, but it's the line length. Playing a miss again from Graham Clark. It went very well yesterday at Edgbaston. Hit 40 off
brilliant.
23.
Yeah, watching the highlights, he hit an on-drive yesterday. And, I like a good on-drive.
Short, clubbed down the ground for 4. It wasn't the prettiest shot, wasn't the prettiest delivery. But it's 4 runs, it's the first boundary of the innings. Graham Clark, I was just about to say before that delivery, when he gets going, he gets going.
Oh.
And he's got going.
That's a great shot. I think with the plan here, with the sort of deep point out, is to hit the pitch just outside off stump, and Clark, he's decided to belt it straight back down the ground there. What a shot.
Leg side this time, pulled straight off the middle of the bat.
Well fielded.
Really good work out in the deep. Gets a round of applause from almost all of his teammates. Cuts it out to just 1, 5 off the over so far.
So that's it, especially with sort of the 2 square man. He's going to be hitting this pitch hard. Another strong shot from Clark there, though. The ball seems to be coming on the bat really well.
Lees goes for the pull. Maybe didn't quite get up as much as he thought it would. Can't imagine it's missed the stumps by much either.
There's a couple of times there, Leesy's gone for that pull shot. Not quite picking the length up just yet.
You're right, it's been coming on really nicely all day. Off a length, just been zipping off the pitch. Straight, driven, and scampered a single despite the direct hit. There's some appeals, but they seem more performative than realistic. It's a scampered single for Lees, and it's 6 from the over. Durham, 9 for no loss.
Action-packed ball, that one. Great shot. Picked up by Jennings, threw the stumps down and did a backwards roll. That was pretty impressive, that, from a man of 6'4", whatever he is.
Looked really nice off the face as well.
No, the ball does look if it's coming out the bat. There's some crisp drives being played. Obviously, Clark's hit that one down the ground and a couple of pull shots which have been picked up in the outfield well. But again, another tidy over for Lancashire.
Can be Jimmy again from the Lumley end, hit over the top by Alex Lees.
Shot.
And it may have gone all the way. It has. He's just picked up the length and hit it straight over mid-on, all the way, the first 6 of the innings. Jimmy Anderson won't be liking the look of that.
No. Well, that's one thing with Jimmy. You probably are going to know roughly where it's going to be, homing in towards the top of that off stump. And as I say, Lee's, he's tried to play a couple of square pulls. He's just picked that one up over wide, long on for a lovely 6.
How does Jerry reply with a full length on the pads and just clipped away from Lees out to deep backward square for a single.
So it just tucked him up there. Obviously, with our view in the studio, we don't get a replay all the time. But he probably just give him a little bit of width for the first time for Lees to hit that one over long on. But he's adjusted quickly, Jimmy. He's seen this all before, hasn't he?
Clark through the offside. That is magnificent. Straight out the middle of the bat, stood up tall, and has clobbered it through the covers. And that was on a non-stop train to the ropes.
Stand and deliver. Lovely swing of the bat.
And Jimmy Anderson, off the first 3 balls this over, has gone for 11 runs. That sounded lovely off the bat as well.
That B3 sounds a good one.
What's the reply this time? Line and length. Was there ever any doubt?
And even that one, the sound off the bat, it's coming on beautifully here. I think 200 is in the game here.
It's certainly been a good start. 20 for no loss inside 3 overs. 2 more to go. This Jimmy Anderson over. Clark goes big and he goes high. And it's the first wicket down. Anderson had gone for 11 already, and Graham Clark tried to add to it, going over the top on the offside, but finds nothing but the outside edge, and it goes sky high, and it's a simple catch in the end. It was a fiery start for Durham, but they're pegged back 20 for 1.
That's it. He just shuffled the leg side again, trying to open up that offside, and Jimmy did well then, followed him, didn't give him any chance to free his arms. And unfortunately, I think he's probably just got the outside half of the bat and lobbed up for a simple catch to mid-off. Brings Ackerman to the crease. A man who missed a chunk of the T20 Blast last year with an injured finger, but when he did come back, he played a couple of really handy innings. And I'm hope for our sake that he can get a nice little partnership in this power play with Alex Lees.
Not his highest scoring knock yesterday at Edgbaston. Just 5 to his name, but he's had a really good year in the Red Bull so far. In the county champs, he steered Durham home to a win here against Notts. And now with the white ball, what can he do? Plays and misses outside off stump, and it's not a bad nut first up.
Just seemed to seam back that a little bit. Looks like we're going to have some spin. Helmet's coming out for the wicketkeeper. Is it young Bernard? Not sure.
Well, it was Durham on top all the way until that Graham Clark dismissal. As I said, went very well yesterday for a quick 5:45, but here's no more. After a lovely cover drive and tried something similar. And was dismissed, brought Colin Ackerman to the crease, who is leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. It's Alex Lees facing up. Maybe some left arm tweakers.
So that's it, an interesting little matchup here with obviously the ball spinning back into left-hander.
Outside leg.
What a shot that is.
And
Great placement.
Found the gap. And it has raced away as it has all day. Alex Lees just rocks back. Finds the gap.
I love the footwork there, just to open that area up there, and he knows where his gap is. That guy deep mid-wicket's now come a little bit straighter.
Leg side again.
Hits
As
that.
he found the gap again, he's not. It's well down. And he does get the single, brings Ackerman on strike. Just the one delivery for him so far. Played a missed off Jimmy Anderson. Not a bad nut. And actually, the back of the box has got some lovely grab.
Was there much spin in the ladies' game?
No. Mostly going on with the arm. It was a seamless wicket, really. The spin was effective if it was in the right areas, but apart from that, it was fairly expensive. Anything slightly back of a length tended to go to the ropes, and the wickets that did fall from spin were through the gate. Batters playing for turn that wasn't there.
One.
Single out to long on, and Barnard was slightly short for his first ball of the over. Leesy sent it all the way to the ropes, but he's found his line and length now.
It's interesting. I think they only had one man out for the right-handed batter there. Jennings trying to turn the screw a little bit, put a bit of pressure on Ackerman as he's just come to the crease. 2 men out with deep mid-wicket and square leg for Lees.
It's the reverse sweep. Ooh, straight to the man, slightly wayward throw.
Yeah, they've just plugged that mid-wicket region now where Lees was eyeing him up to start with, so try to combat it with a reverse sweep there. A little bit of cat and mouse.
2 men on the reverse.
Oh.
It's a tight gap. More changes in the field.
Maybe just trying to get out the over here. Nice quick one. Middle leg.
Big gap on the leg side, and that's exactly where Alex Lees puts it for the single. He will keep the strike, brings the end to the over. 7 from it. Durham 27 for 1.
Yeah, like you say, I think it's just skidding on with for the spinners to start off with here. I'm interested to see what Durham go with to start with. Obviously, start with Parkinson yesterday, and he obviously got those wickets. Obviously, with 2 left-handers in Jennings and Wells, it'll be interesting to see whether he gets a new ball as well today.
So you can see the family-friendly atmosphere we have here at Banks Homes Riverside. Kids enjoying themselves, as I said, outside on the inflatable nets and the rebounders. Enjoying watching Durham have a fairly good start to this innings. 27 off the first 4, loss of 1 wicket. Graham Clark departed. It's Jimmy Anderson into his 3rd over. Do you think they'll save him 1 for the end?
That one looked as if it just shaped a little bit. I think, depending on how he goes this over, he might be getting his 4 out the way very early with that new ball. Just like in Test cricket towards the end there, they just seem to bowl Jimmy with the new ball, and then maybe he's a couple with the older one, and then come back with a second new ball if they needed it. But again, it's just an immaculate length.
Nothing doing for Colin Ackerman. Lovely looking shot. Can't get it past the infielders. One out on either side. Deep square and a deep backwards point. Short.
Oh, what a ball that is.
He's rocked back to punch a little defensive shot, and it's missed everything. It's been quite the welcome to the game for Colin Ackerman.
He's had a couple of good ones, hasn't he? He's still there.
Jimmy Anderson certainly not letting him settle.
No, he's laying that gauntlet down to try and take him back down the pitch.
And he advances, and it's an
get in.
absolute dolly at mid-wicket, which has been put down. And you could see Ackerman was under pressure as he advanced down the track, tried to hit Anderson back over his head. He's got very little of it. It's a simple catch, is it not?
I was watching the screen. I didn't see. I saw him jump up. Did it go quite slowly? Did it?
Yeah, it's above his head, but
he's expecting to take it.
Not too fast. And he's down on his haunches afterwards. I think he expects to take it himself. Lees punches down the ground, straight into the 3 sticks at the non-striker's end, which probably prevented a single.
If I'm Keaton Jennings, I'm bowling him one more, I think. Get him out.
Doesn't seem like a bad idea at this point. And it's a leading edge from Alex Lees, and that is going to be out this time. And it's 2 chances in an over, and Durham have got away with just losing 1 wicket. And Jimmy Anderson would have been fuming about the first one, but you won't mind too much. Alex Lees played some lovely shots for 16. He has to go, and Durham just starting to slow, 29 for 2.
He's just signalled to Robinson there that one nipped. So though it's coming on, there is a little bit there with the new ball. But a good opportunity for Ollie Robinson here to get himself in and get a match-winning score for his side. He played very well yesterday from the highlights that I saw. Had an indifferent season last year, never really got going in the blast, so hopefully he can get going today.
Had a good season as well with the red ball. Turned up against Notts in that record-breaking innings. 664, I believe it was, in the first dig there.
He's a brilliant player. Good to watch when he gets going as well. And be handy against the spin. Obviously, the spin's off now. Aspinwall back on.
Thick edge, straight to short third man. No run. It looks like a strange run-up.
Yeah,
almost falling forward.
Obviously, Jimmy's pretty much got that perfect action where everything comes through. He just falls over, and sometimes it's just a little bit harder to line up those sort of bowlers to start off with. That's a nice shot.
Full and flicked away to fine leg for a single. As you saw on your screen a minute ago, some darkish looking clouds overhead, but the rain has held off all day, and it looks, fingers crossed, like it may continue to do so. Patches of blue sky around.
There's some blue coming our way, I think. We need these clouds to go away quick though. Get through.
Pulled straight to Keaton Jennings. Another dot ball. But he's eyeing up that mid-wicket boundary. There's no one on it. It's one at deep square, one at deep backwards point. And he's good on the pull, is Ollie Robinson. That's flicked towards fine leg, and it's going to require a lot of work to cut that off. Too much work. It's all the way to the ropes. Effortless flick off the pads from Ollie Rob.
Much needed boundary there, and as I say, as a batter, with fine leg up, you like a little leg stump half volley just to tickle down there for 4. Again, Robinson's timed the ball nicely so far.
You can hear the wind building. That has driven away to deep point for a single. You can see the black sight screen over the chairs here at the Finkel end is almost taking off. Some strong gusts come our way. And that is a glorious, glorious shot from Colin Ackerman, who just took one step across his stumps, opened up the leg side, and who's flicked it ever so gracefully over the top for a couple of skips and a roll away to the ropes.
Absolutely fantastic shot. Obviously, there's a bit of pressure building. Hasn't got away yet, but the thing I liked about that shot is he, as you say, he stepped down, opened up that angle, and he just timed the ball over there. Didn't try and overhit it. And like you said previously, as soon as it gets past that infield, you're not chasing it down. Looks like Green. Anderson's come off, and Green looks as if he's on.
He had the almost Kevin Peterson-esque flick of the right back leg as well, the flamingo type style. Bit of extra flair as he flicks it over the top. And the Lancashire Thunder team, who are watching on the ropes, maybe feeling the weather a bit and have headed inside. But the ground's building nicely. Uni students making good use of their 2-for-1 ticket, making good use of the free cocktails as well.
Free cocktails?
Included cocktails.
Oh, included cocktails. Oh, well, that's a dangerous combination. Students and free cocktails. I like the way they've just got them partitioned to stand on their own here.
Be tough for any member of the general public to pay however much money to come and watch and then be sat next to a bunch of uni students.
They're well marshalled by those stewards as well. There's plenty of red bibs there just making sure everyone's behaving themselves.
Robinson makes room into the offside. Just picks up a single. Yeah, I reckon there are as many stewards in that block of a few hundred people, there we go, as there are at the rest of the ground combined. But most of those students, I suggest, done with their exams by now. Just enjoying a bit of cricket.
So these Northumbrian students, Durham students, or
I believe they're Durham students.
Durham students.
Made the short 15-minute drive. It's slashed to long off from Ackerman. Almost reaching for a bit. Did well to get his wrists over the ball. Driven more conventionally and even more superbly out to the ropes. It's beaten the infield, it's beaten the outfield, and all the way to the ropes.
What a glorious shot that is. Just leant on it. Absolute pure timing there from Robinson and placement.
Just Don't Stop Me Now by Queen bellows out over the PA. And that's what Durham will be saying.
Oh,
There's Ollie Robinson almost chips it back to the bowler, but gets it just offline enough. Picks up a single.
that's it with the power play done. There's plenty of sweepers out there. There's lots of opportunities for ones. But as I say, I think this pitch you're going to have to up near the 200 mark. So we're going to need a boundary or so every over as well. Bowled.
Straight back to Green for a dot, and that brings up the end of the over. 7 from it, one glorious cover drive. And Durham now 46 for 2 through 7. Gordon, we've had the power play +1. Whose power play was that in your eyes?
I think Lancashire have just edged that. Obviously the 2 wickets, 46 runs, probably a little bit below where they'd want to be. But 2 wickets down with a hard-hitting middle order from Durham to come. I don't think Durham will be panicking too much just yet. Well, I don't know if he's part-time, but I think this is, maybe he's a man that might have talked about targeting in the pre-match talk today. Wells obviously going really well with the bat, and is definitely a handy leg spinner, but he's not a frontline leg spinner, so we'll see how these two play him here.
That's short, and it's hiked away straight to the man. And it's not the best delivery he's ever bowled. In fact, it's probably one of the worst, but it's taken a wicket, and Ollie Robinson looked really quite good out in the middle, and he's been given a freebie, and he has hiked it straight down the throat of deep square leg.
And that's the one as a batter, your eyes light up. Obviously, first ball against a new bowler. I remember Dale Benkenstein always saying when a leg spinner comes on, make sure you know where your gap is at mid-wicket, because you normally get a drag down and hit that gap. Unfortunately for Durham, it's gone straight at backward square leg. And a little bit like last night, we had a couple of lucky-ish wickets at sort of short fine leg. That one's gone against us.
I remember Bumble saying when the blast first started in 2003 that every team should have a rubbish leg spinner. And I'm not saying that Wales is a rubbish leg spinner, but that was a rubbish ball. And it's for that reason these long hops just maybe cause a lapse of concentration, and that's exactly what's happened for Ollie Robinson. That's short again, and that's pulled by Ben Raine out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
That's it, like we said at the pre-match, all these batters had a little go yesterday, and Ben Raine struck some nice balls yesterday. He looks as if he's in a bit of form as well. But we could really do with a sort of 60-70 run partnership here just to rebuild this innings.
Slightly filler this time to Ackerman, who just punched it down the ground for a single. Do you think Ollie Robinson knew where the fielder was and just backed himself to clear him?
He just didn't get it, did he? I think he got a bit of a top edge. I mean, possibly, I think the lads these days, and the way he was timing the ball, he would have backed himself to hit it. It looks as if the wind is slightly going that way. So again, I think it's one of those ones where your eyes light up and you don't quite watch it all the way onto the bat. And unfortunately, it didn't land in a little gap. It's gone straight to the man.
Slightly short again and
gap.
pulled from Ackerman, and this time that is the gap. Along the carpet, all the way to the ropes. He was on it quick, he saw it well, and he hit it even better.
Yeah, he's picked that gap up the last over from Asamoah there with the seamer coming down there. And again, it's just the experience of Ackerman. You can see him there, seeing where all the fielders are, if they moved anywhere. And if he gets it in that zone, he knows going straight mid-wicket, or he's going to go hard, square, I think.
So it's on the offside. That's going to be a lot of work for the sweeper. Does really well. They do come back for two. That brings the end of the over. 9 off it, and more importantly, the wicket. And Ash Thorpe has finished his pulled pork sandwich. And he's going to now join us in the box.
Yeah, again, a handy wicket there for Lancashire. 9 runs off. As I say, with the field spread out now, I think these two maybe knock it round. I know Ben Raine likes to play some big shots, but if we can get a little partnership here, just for 3 or 4 overs, and then as we keep talking about this explosive middle order, set a little platform for a big go at the end.
Chris Green into the attack from the Lumley end. Experienced now, franchise all around the world, off spinner. Good height, will bowl flat. Ben Raine, a little shimmy there, I like that. Joss Butler style. This gives that one a little bit of air, actually. Chris Green played out into the leg side. Picks up one. It's important, Gordon, that they keep picking up those ones and try and get a boundary every over.
I think, as I say, with the field set back here, Ash, as a batter, you'll be knowing where your ones are, and as you say, if you can, well, as you say, Green's quite flat, you're probably not going to get the drag downs to get from Wells. But I think Ackerman might be eyeing up that straight mid-wicket area again. And if he can, maybe he's extra cover as well with it, not spinning too much.
Field really squared off. Screen comes in. That's
Wide.
a lovely cuddle, that. Breezy's in the house as well, Matt. We nearly got the crew back together. He's just trying to get inside my very, very slim shirt.
Yes,
the
Ash,
women's bowling coach, Gareth Breeze. Nice to see him. Had a nice chat with Sophie Eccleston earlier today, Breezy. It was very nice. coming back from a little knee operation. Ackerman pushes that to cover, and it's fired in, but Ackerman quick between the wickets.
He eats up the ground well, doesn't he, Ackerman?
Yeah, he does. He moves really well. Big man. Moves well. And you're probably a little bit ahead of your time, Muchie, how well you moved in the field. I don't compliment you very often. But
Was that a head joke?
No, I'm saying how well you ran between the wickets.
You said ahead of the time, though. I thought it was a bit of
I didn't even go there. Ben Raine knocks that one out into the offside.
No.
Well, you have got a massive head, but I wasn't talking about that.
No, thank you, Ash.
Yeah,
Not for the massive head compliment, but the running between the wickets.
Very, very good. Look at the size of that. Doesn't help having my pea head alongside it.
I need to get Breezy in here.
I know. Should we get Breezy on the mic? That's slapped down the ground by Ackerman. They'll get one.
Well fielded.
And he's hit it that well. That's all they will. That's all they'll get. Would you like to have 5 minutes with us, Breezy? He says no. He's probably contracted or something to that effect. His agent hasn't been discussed. No fee for him. No cut for his agent. Very deliberate in his approach, Chris Green. And Ben Raine runs down the wicket. Check drive down to long off. I like the fact that they're trying to hit the ball nice and straight. But that ends a pretty quiet over. 6 off it. And Durham just going along okay at the moment. 61 for 3, Gordon.
Yes, again, I think we're slightly behind at the moment, but no need to hit the panic button just yet. Two very capable batsmen here. Ash is a left-handed, the off-spinner. Which areas would you be looking to target here for Ben Raine?
I look at the biggest gaps on the field, and you see if you can beat the man at cover.
Yeah.
Then I think that's a really good option to try and hit as straight as possible, or go over cover. It is a little bit into the wind. Rainey a little bit better than slogging them to the leg side than me, and I think if you get half a hit with that strong wind, I see young Barnard back into the attack. Ben Raine trying that slog sweep as we just talked about. But it is into the wind that side. I've been impressed with Barnard so far. Looks like he knows exactly where he wants his field. Young fella making his way in the game.
Yeah, Luke Wells spoke highly of him in his interview yesterday, how well he mixes his pace and reads the game.
That's nice. He tucked away off the hip by Ben Raine. Probably trying to get that a bit finer. Yeah, Michael Goff was umpiring the game before, and he had Lancashire last night, and he was saying how well this young fella bowled and how impressed he was with him. He doesn't often praise cricketers, Michael Goff.
What a legend.
Yeah, love him to bits. So good to see him. He's got his young fella back in the, having a wander around today. His young fella been hitting sixes and taking wickets in the tournament.
Oh, excellent.
Ackerman punches off the back foot, slightly aerial. Will Ackerman look to use the wind here, or is he the one that is potentially going to look to bat deep in this innings? He pulls that away again, but won't beat Aspinwall out at mid-wicket. There's a little knock-on. Can't wait to see George over in that Durham uni stand, swinging his shirt off from the top row. Free cocktails. Ben Raine sweeps flat and sweeps hard and finds the gap. One bounce for 4. Good option, Muchie.
Good option. Like you say, it's into the wind. Again, it's known that gap. So he's gone square. He knows if he gets it square, it's a safe shot. And like we've alluded to, I think it's a good wicket. We need to keep picking up these boundaries. Good option.
He comes down. He tries to find a pocket out in the deep. Ackerman turns, but that's really good fielding. Is that Bahanan? There in the deep.
It looks like Bahanam. He's got his hat on. We
yeah,
can't tell.
Well, I was looking for the baldy head if his hat flew off, but his stature's probably a little bit more vertically challenged than most. But it was really good fielding. Low to the ground, picked it up one-handed and fired the ball back in.
Yeah. And he is Jimmy.
Halfway stage, Muchie. 68 for 3, and you would say that Durham are probably around 10 to 15 behind where they'd want to be.
Yes. My shout of 200 is a little bit short at the moment, I think.
It's
far
it's
away.
a very good pitch.
Yeah.
I think that Durham will be looking at the 160, 170 mark, but they're going to have to obviously go pretty well from here to get to that. There is live grass on the pitch, so you will have seen. I missed the first couple of overs, but no doubt this legend will have got the ball swinging and seaming off this pitch. Ben Raine tucks that away nicely. Times it beautifully, actually, out into the deep. Times it so well that he'll only get one.
Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of assistance there. Obviously saw with the girls, Grace Thompson got it to swing out, so...
Yeah.
No, he's hit the pitch hard, though. He's
bowling
definitely
good pace,
got
isn't he?
I'd love to see the speed gun.
Should we
but
just
he's
make
up
it
there.
up?
He's 96 mile an hour, unbelievable.
I reckon he'd be probably about the 83, 84 mile an hour mark here.
He's hit the bat hard.
And as you would expect from Anderson, his lines are absolutely immaculate.
And that's it. Lazy got him over sort of mid-on once for 6, where he gave him a little bit of room, but other than that, he's not left those stumps.
He's bowling a hard length as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
There's been nothing floaty.
There's no change-up. He's just, as you say, a bit live grass. New ball, Jimmy Anderson.
Tries to give himself a bit of room and cops that one on the back thigh. It trickles away for a leg by umpires Pratt and Kettleborough in the house. Neil Pratt at the Lumley end. His two brothers, former teammates of ours.
Yeah, Andrew still playing at
Yes.
Williton. Get a phone call every now and again from Andrew. He seems to be enjoying his cricket.
Loves a chat. That one's tucked away out into the deep. They might look for two here. Ackerman's touched.
Oh, that's a 2, but they've turned. That's
Yeah.
all right. We're safe.
Touched and went there. Ben Raine not quite on the same page as Ackerman. A loud shout of no. Stopped any confusion there.
He's just notched up the half centuries. Well, I think Andrew, he's
He is,
enjoying playing for the over 50s.
Yeah, I'm going to make my debut in a couple of weeks, I think.
He did mention that. He was looking forward to playing with the Ash.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, and Ackerman swings that away, and that's going to carry all the way down to third man, and Barnard takes a comfortable catch. And that is a bit of a softie from Durham's point of view. Ackerman, 18 to his name, but Durham at 71 for 4 now are in trouble.
Definitely again, and that's just the pressure of niggling away, top of those stumps, giving him no room to free his arms. The ball before, he tried to just open up that offside by shimming to the leg side, and Anderson followed him. And again, that was a frantic throw of the hands rather than a controlled shot. And unfortunately, it's landed straight in one of the Lancashire's laps again.
Yeah, good work from Barnard. Comfortable catch. Well taken. Jimmy Anderson, 3 for 17. We were looking forward to watching him bowl, but we also knew what could come with that. And he's done some damage for Lancashire. Jimmy Neesham, a lot resting on his shoulders. Seen it all before. New Zealand international. And I don't know if you had the pleasure of standing anywhere near him yet, Mel, but he's a massive man.
Yeah, I did hear you call him the Hulk or something as he walked in when the women's game was on.
Yeah.
He's a big, strong lad.
And this is what you pay your overseas players for. These moments, Durham need an innings from Jimmy Neesham. It might just be that he absorbs the pressure for a couple of overs. He first needs to see off the last ball of Jimmy Anderson's 4 overs. Ooh, and he cops that one right in the stomach. First ball. What a spell from Jimmy Anderson. He's picked up 3 for 17 from his 4.
Well, he's wanting to have another crack at 2020 cricket, and he's done himself no harm there. Obviously put himself in some auctions and not being picked up just yet, but there's still plenty of life left in James Anderson.
Get the highlight reel back out of that spell. He's hit the pitch hard, hasn't he?
Yeah. And that's it. And obviously the modern ways to go. Could Ackerman have just sat in, tried to get a 1, see Jimmy off, and then take on the spin? The spin's gone in the women's game a bit more than the seam. It's been a bit harder. But as it is, 2 left-handers into the left-arm spinner.
Ashton Turner into the attack. Bit my cricket man crush, Ashton Turner.
Oh, God, yes, you're right.
Absolutely love his work. Every year I beg Marcus North to sign him. He did for 3 years. I'm sure that had anything to do with my begging. But this year Lancashire snuck him before Durham had the chance to get their claws into him.
So did we ideally want Ashton to come back?
I'm not sure. I just know that he's really well thought of as part of the leadership group here. He's fitted in.
Western Australian.
Yeah, well, being a Perth Scorchers man myself, I've watched him lead that franchise over so many years now.
Get over.
The reverse sweep there. That's going to carry with the wind and go 1 bounce away for 4. There you go, Jimmy Neesham. Just introduce yourself to the game. The reverse sweep that nearly went all the way for 6.
Oh, it's downwind, but that's carried an awful long way. Like you say, he's a big man. Sport about to change the field, so he'll open up another pocket.
And this is where somebody with the experience of Neesham might look at that cover option if he's going to look at aerial, is to try and go inside out over the 2 men in the covers.
Oh, get over.
And that's going to carry it a long way in the air. Aspinwall is over the rope and it carries for 6. And that is the attraction of Jimmy Neesham, is that he does hit the ball hard and far and often.
He's not got any of that, I don't think, either. No. A little bit of luck finally for Durham here. That one not quite out the middle, but just carried far enough there. Fantastic counter punch here from Neesham.
Yeah, I was watching Aspinwall more than the ball there, and I just watched him get closer and closer to the rope. It's a good line, that from Turner. Good change up. You pick up the 1, Neesham, and just give Durham a little bit of momentum. Need 12 so far off this Turner over. It might just be a 1 over spell, but what that will do is give the captain options. Oh, and that's hit hard. Ashton Turner nearly went with it. Aspinwall does really well to get round and stop that from going for 4. So 13 from that over. That's one that Durham desperately needed. 84 for 4.
Again, good modern way. Put pressure on the bowler. Like you say, with the wind going that way and the ball spinning that way, it was a low risk option to go sort of extra cover or that reverse sweep. And a good over for Durham.
And they'll need plenty more of those to put pressure on. As you see, the Durham Uni students, they're having a great time in the sun, no doubt, being refreshed on a regular basis. Oh, to be young. Chris Green's going to continue. It'll be interesting to see if the left-handers try and take him to the leg side. Again, hitting with the wind.
Both these boys went for the sweep yesterday and came undone. But like you say, that wind is a teaser.
Raine cuts away behind point. He'll get at least 2. I think he'll get
4.
4, and he will get 4. That's lovely batting from Ben Raine. Using Chris Green's pace, allowing that to come right. He's probably hit that just out of the keeper's gloves. And Durham pick up a boundary off the first ball. And Gordon, as you'll know, you talk a lot around first ball and last ball of the over.
Yeah, no, great start. And obviously with that wind going that way, he's hung it outside his off stump there. And Ben's played a beautiful late cut there. Fired it in full.
That was a quick Yorker from Chris Green. Beautiful sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yes, the sun is out. We could do with those clouds rolling in when we get that new ball in our hand again, but this blue sky can stay here for a little bit longer.
Turn the lights on the lot.
And there's the experience from Green there. Obviously, just adjusted his line there, fired it in.
Oh, and that one a little bit slower to Jimmy Neesham. Good cricket, good cat and mouse between the 2 overseas players. Green with a smile on his face. He'll know that if he bowls in slightly the wrong area, Jimmy Neesham will be going big. Low in his stance, Neesham. This one again fired in, good from Green. that early boundary in the over just takes the pressure off a little bit. You can absorb a couple of dots and still get 6 or 7 out of the over.
Like you say, with his height, he really drives the ball into the pitch sometimes, doesn't he, Raine?
He does. That's nicely clipped off his pads by Neesham. They're going to look for 2 this time, and they decide against it.
Been impressed with the Lancashire fielders. I think they've
Sharp,
covered the angles round. Of obviously on the back of 2 wins. There's been plenty of energy round, led by Jennings. A couple of acrobatics as well from him.
They're a good outfit, the Lightning. Raine this time punches it away. Out to the sweeper again on the offside. So 7 off that Chris Green over. 90 now, 91 for 4. The partnership again just starting to build between these 2 left-handers.
Yeah, that's it. And Ben Raine just shuffled across the offside there. You feel he's wanting a little bit of room to free his arms and target there. And Green again, though he went for that boundary, I thought it was a good over from him. But that score's just creeping up here.
Yeah, we need it. The Turner experiment has been and done. We're going to have Blatherwick join the attack. Blatherwick had a game on loan for Durham down at Worcester in the red ball. He's now applying his trade for his home club at Durham. Be right arm over the wicket to the 2 left-handers. And with mid-off and mid-on in the circle, I would expect him to be trying to hit the pitch hard and getting the 2 left-handers to hit into the wind.
That's it.
There you go. Bashed a good length. Is that mistimed well enough to get 2? No, they're just going to settle for the 1. And ideally, one of these 2 will need to be in for those last couple of overs, Gordon. You don't want 2 new batters at the crease at the end.
No, 100%. I mean, I can't see what the partnership is here, but they've got going well here. And like you say, this is why we've got Neesham in here to be our Jones of last year, who Lancashire have prized out of us. Like you say, Ben Raine hits a clean ball as well.
Oh, and he gives Neesham length, who crunches that through the covers, and that does not come back. Wow, he's hit that hard, Mel.
Effortless power. I mean, it's gone like an absolute tracer bullet. He set that base there and just put his hands through the ball. And the point sweeper thought he had a chance. He set off. He was absolutely nowhere near it.
I don't think you can afford to bowl that length with this field.
I think that the line's the key here, isn't it? With that leg side into the wind, he's got to be sort of stumps here. He should just... Oh, no.
He's going to clear mid on just, I think, and it doesn't quite carry out to the man at cow corner, Josh Bohannon. So good mistiming.
Yeah, and a good follow-up ball there, because Neesham just shimmied against the leg side to try and open up that offside. And again, he hit the pitch hard, didn't give him a chance to free his arms. I've been really impressed with the Lancashire sort of plans and the way they've adjusted to the Durham counter movements.
Oh, that's hit hard, but won't beat Jennings at mid-off, who turns and fires at the stumps. But good movement from Lancs as well. Hurst getting around to back up.
And again, in the Lancashire innings, I remember last year, just the way they kept playing that positive brand of cricket. They keep coming at you.
Yeah.
So you never know what a winning score is against these guys.
Oh, that's handy. That's really good length, and you've got to say from a Lancashire point of view, really unlucky, but Durham won't care as that brings up the 100 for the home side. Top edge over the top of the wicket keeper, and that is the risk of bowling the ball into the pitch.
Yeah,
just bringing those top edges into play.
And like you say, there's good carry in this pitch, so we were due a little bit of luck. Like you say, those first ones have just sort of landed in fielders' hands. We've had one just go over the rope now, that one over the wicket keeper. But it's good positive batting again from Raine. Be interesting to see if he targets the leg side, tries to open the offside here. Just eases it past nicely.
And that will be a single to end the over. 11 from that over. And this partnership's building nicely. carrying Durham into the back end of this innings now. 6 overs remaining. Durham 102 for 4.
Yeah, another good over from Durham. And we could recognise Green last year in the field because he had them bright green boots on. He's stuffed us this year. He's got some red ones on.
Great brand, though.
Would you like to divulge the brand there?
No, just Puma, mate. It's all good. There they are, the uni students. Aspinwall to continue, and this is an attempted ramp. Does he get enough? He does, but will it kick? And it does get a nice little kick, but it's not going to go all the way. 740-year-old Jimmy Anderson does brilliantly to claw that back.
Slides, pulls it back to Wells there.
Just got to watch those calves, don't you, as you get older. Seen Rushy, next teammate of ours, just starting to get those old man injuries. He just played his first game back the other week. Now has a rest while the blast's on, ironically.
He put a couple of clips on his Facebook page there with a perfect outswing and a perfect inswinger.
Yeah, he's decent.
He's
decent. That's a decent strike from Raine, but won't beat mid off. Jimmy Anderson just doing some stretching down in front of us after that chase. Still fit. How old is he now? 42, I think.
Yeah, I think he's a year older. 42 or 43.
Brilliant. Still looks fit.
Oh.
See him often on the balconies of various England or Lancashire teams at the moment. Oh, that's good pace, that, from Aspinwall. Getting through Ben Raine. And a couple of dots in a row just starts to build the pressure on this pair. 104 for 4. Halfway through the 15th.
It's again that hard length, nice and straight.
It's just skidded on, hasn't it, that length?
Yeah, there hasn't been an awful lot of slow balls or anything yet from Lancashire. They've just stuck to that plan so far.
Ben Raine gets the ball off his hip and straight down Jimmy Anderson's throat, who had literally just handed his drink back to the sub-fielder there. And you've got to say, Ben Raine's a little bit unlucky. But again, good planning, good fielding from Lancashire.
Yeah, as I say, Jennings has got his troops in the right positions. And that hard length straight, hard to free your arms. And another one goes straight to a Lancashire fielder. Talking about Jimmy with all these sort of twos he's been on, he's not the worst netballer to have floating around, is he?
Oh, my God. How good. Imagine him. Yeah. Rushy's just sent me a message listening in. He said he got 6 for in league cricket yesterday, so not bad.
How many
not
runs,
bad for an
Rushy?
old bugger. He'll put his feet up.
Is he playing down in Birmingham, or is he?
Yeah, I think he's got a club in Birmingham. I'm sure he'll tell us the club that he's playing for.
No, great to see him back on the park.
Casey Aldridge is the new batsman, signed on loan for this blast. As you can see, the sunshine bursting through any clouds that are in the Chesley Street sky. And a good opportunity just to free the reins here a little bit. There's 5 overs left after this over from Aspinwall. And Aldridge clips this away, times it nicely, but won't beat the man at mid-wicket. And now Lancashire impressively just trying to get out of the over without conceding a boundary. Just the 2 off the first ball of the over, and then the wicket. This is exactly what you want from your attack, is to get wickets towards the back end. This is short, and it's right into the thigh pad of Aldridge, and I think they're going to get 2. No, they decide against it as Bohannon races in and does the fielding. His club side is, oh my God, Chris Rushforth is the greatest cricketer in the world. 22 off 19, including 1 massive 6 described by himself, by the way, and a worldy slip catch and a 6 for. What a guy. What a guy. Nah, good to see you back out playing, mate. Absolutely over the moon for you. Going to see a bit more leg spin now. Luke Wells back into the attack. And I don't mind this. The left-hander will be hitting into the wind. The wind on your screens is blowing really strongly from left to right. away into the leg side for Casey Aldridge. And starting off against leg spin is also difficult, Mel.
It is. Hopefully he drags a couple more down like he did with his first over. But no, giving him one on the leg side if he wants it. Oh,
That's a bit high. Bit high. And that's what you've got to do. If you get the opportunity, I think Aldridge will look to try and clear the rope.
Yeah.
We're at that stage of the innings now.
And I like the way Jens has got himself close in at extra cover there. Just trying to get a few dots on Aldridge here.
Good angles. As Aldridge gets this away, whips it out into the leg side. Little holding, you can hear that lull in the crowd, all just waiting for something to happen. I'm going to see two men in the covers again for Neesham. A man really at 45 on both sides behind the wicket. Where do you go? Big pocket over cover.
Extra cover or square.
He tries a reverse and doesn't connect. Hurst waiting for Neesham to overbalance. They've
He's
got
back
that covered, haven't they?
He's backing himself to get that over. And as I say, the one that almost went for 6, he didn't try and hit that one. I think if he did get, was going over that man, but it was going straight over the man. Oh, it's
Good
down
pace.
that side.
And a good line from Luke Wells. Durham just stalling here. A couple of really tight overs. It's more like out of the front of the hand, that one from Wells. Neesham will be just looking for one that he can step hit. Oh, that one keeps low. And that's the advantage you've got when you've got somebody so tall. You just get natural variation and bounce out of the pitch. That one might have hit the seam and just skidded on a little bit. But again, another good over. Just 2 off it.
They almost slide on you, don't they, from
Yeah.
Wells? It's well watched, though. Got it away.
I think because he's so inconsistent, it's hard to line him up, and it's a real, not necessarily a skill of Wells, but maybe a benefit of not being that frontline leg spinner. Excellent over from Wells. He goes for just 3, 108 for 5. 4 overs remaining. What score will Durham be looking for here?
I think we've got to get 10 and over here. 150. As a minimum, I would say, to give us a chance. I mean, it did nip around with the new ball, but I think he's come on beautifully. And I think Lancashire really executed the bowling plans really well. I mean, obviously, like you say, Wells's natural variations got away with it, but I think that the rest of them, sort of both spinners, Anderson, Aspinwall, been absolutely outstanding today. Hopefully, the miss at the back end here, and we get big Jimmy Neesham on a bit of a roll.
Blatherwick back into the attack. Went for 11 from his first over from the Lumley end. Aldridge on strike. Aldridge clips that away nicely out into the leg side.
Just one.
And a settle for the single.
He's got an interesting load up, hasn't he, Blatherwick? Not conventional.
Yep. Ryan Campbell was impressed with his ball speed out of the hand, which is one of the reasons why he signed him on loan for that championship game down at Worcester. Also signed Jake Ball for that game. Jake Ball taking a 5-wicket haul.
He's been a good county cricketer for a
Yeah,
long time,
hasn't
hasn't he, Jake Ball?
Hasn't he just?
International as well.
I think he's been on loan at Kent as well this year. Neesham on strike, looking for any length. Get under the ball, hit with the wind to his leg side, and he gets length but can't get under it. And clubs it out to long on for a single. Wind really picking up again. Tell you what gets hard at this time of the evening as well. You can see how long the shadows are from the Durham batters is fielding over in front of the uni students.
Definitely.
Over towards the eastern side of the ground.
As always, the youngsters position that.
That's a great bouncer. It's a great bouncer. Aldridge tries to ramp it over Hurst, but gets a glove on it. And a comfortable catch through to the keeper. That ends Aldridge's stay. He goes for 4 off 7. Durham 110 now for 6. and in a little bit of trouble.
That's it. Another well-directed short ball there. Just trying to run it over the wicket-keeper and didn't quite get the elevation he needed. I think it was a bit of a surprise as well, actually. He's been hitting that back of a length and sort of gone upstairs for the first time, really, this innings. It's paid dividends, but it's brought Will Rhodes to the crease, who got us over the line yesterday. I was really pleased for him. Obviously, he's changed county. Probably hasn't had the start he'd liked, but that would have been a great confidence boost for him yesterday to get that 20 not out and see the boys home.
Yeah, especially in Birmingham as well.
Yeah, all club.
Not really getting an opportunity, from what I understand, to play a lot of white ball cricket down there. It's come up here. He mentioned it's not the greatest of starts in red ball cricket, but already made a contribution in this Blast campaign.
And he's a proven performer, isn't he?
He
is going to get runs and he's going to do well.
Options with the ball as well for your captain.
Yeah.
He's on strike to Blatherwick. 2 left-handers at the crease now, and he guides this one down to third man nicely. And we'll get off the mark first ball. Coach's work is never done there. Danny Hazel, Nathan Rimington already had their game. Finished a couple of hours ago. They've been over in the nets with a couple of the lasses doing a bit of practice. Durham need boundaries here, and plenty of them. Jimmy Neesham on strike. And he gets that short. Blatherwick, he absolutely crunches that out, and isn't it? Oh, Chris Green is the man. Little bit of a Megs out there in the deep. And a much-needed boundary for Durham and for Jimmy Neesham.
That is much needed.
Yeah, one of those tough spots, isn't it? Into the sun. I'm not making excuses for him. He should have 100% stopped that ball.
He should have, but the power of the man again. I don't think he's got 100% of it, but it skimmed like an extra set across that outfield there. As you said, got the nutmegs.
Important boundary, 115 for 6. 1 ball left in the over. And Neesham clips that away nicely off his hip. Will keep the strike as Aspinwall does the fielding in the deep. 3 overs left, 116 for 6.
And it's go time, Thorpe.
Absolutely. Absolutely, mate. And they're going to stick with Wells here, but look, are they? Yeah.
Oh, this is an interesting call.
This is a brave move.
Again, though, the ball turning towards that, well, the longer into the wind side.
You're going to have to look offside here, aren't you? Maybe give yourself a little bit of room and try and beat them 2 men. As you can see, they're converging in the cover region.
Oh, straight. He hit that one straight, didn't he?
Yeah, use the wind to tail off a little bit. Golfer's slice.
Oh, don't talk to me about the golfer's slice. I played my first round for a while on Friday.
And he gets a short one, and Neesham doesn't get all of that. Actually thought initially he'd hit it straight down his throat.
Yeah.
No good on the golf course, mate?
Well, I didn't get a century, but I was close. No, I enjoyed it. It was a nice hit out. But again, obviously with the 2 left-handers here, Jennings is turning the ball in there. There's method in the madness.
Will Rhodes maybe looking to try and beat the 2 men behind square on the offside. And he gets one short on his leg, but can't beat Barnard there at 45. Gets down well to do the fielding. Maybe a missed opportunity there.
Again, Wells is tight there. He's not letting them get over this offside here.
Again, bowling into the pitch.
Ball to his field.
This one's clipped out into the leg side. Durham just happy to take the single.
Interesting dimensions. We've not managed to get too many 2s, have we, today?
No, I think due to the fact how quick this outfield is.
Yeah, and how well the boys have timed it. You almost want to just blunt that into the edge of the ring there, but the boys have hit the ball too well. That's a bit better chance.
I still think it's 1.
No.
Again, just the way that outfield runs. Combination of maybe the timing, the outfield, and how good Lancashire have been in the outfield, anticipating those.
And they play on a big surface at Old Trafford, aren't they? So they're used to these dimensions. I mean, they're not huge, but it's decent size.
Yeah, 65 metres.
Right.
Pretty much all the way around. Vic told me this morning. Has he got that?
Get in that gap. fielded.
A little bit of a misfield out there, and Rhodes turns, looking for 2. And everybody just calmed down a little bit. I think Neesham initially thought it was an easy single and apologises now to Will Rhodes. Saying, yeah, we should have got 2 there. That's on me. But another great over for Lancashire, just 5 singles from it.
Free hit for Rose here for me. He's got to try and get a boundary.
Yeah, I'm with you. And he gets inside it, but sweeps it straight to the man at deep square. You're wanting that here, Gordon there saying spin, spin. But he hit it too well. That ends an excellent over from Wells. His third. He has 1 for 18. Has done a fantastic job for Lancashire. And really, boundaries are much needed here.
And is Aspinwall to finish?
Yeah. Another ball. He had huge success against Durham last year. I remember watching the first game. I believe it was on Sky. And he just absolutely ripped through Durham and kind of ended the game before the contest had really started.
Lots of short balls. Will he bounce us out?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, ball, good pace. This one's hit to mid-off. And Lancashire just quite happy to keep conceding these singles. Not hurting them at the moment, this pair. Partnership of 12 from 9. Sorry, 13 from 10 now. Neesham 27 from 19. Rhodes a runner ball 5.
They've only got 3 in here. Thought we might get a no ball. Come on, Keats, make a mistake.
I think if you look at the Hurst, the wicket-keeper's telling them he's only got 3. He's going to have to bring 1 more into the circle, and it will be mid-off.
With the pace on, are you looking to scoop it over these 2 third-man fine
I'm
leg?
still looking to hit straight.
That's his. Oh, unlucky. Oh.
Little misfield there, and Rhodes turns and comes back, which is good for Durham, keeps Neesham on strike. Hit that hard again.
Yeah. And that's his strength. Obviously, Keats has laid down the challenge there for him to get down. I think Jennings is happy if he's trying to scoop you over third man and fine leg at this point.
Yeah, agree.
Again, if it's up, he's going straight. I think if it's short, he's into the stand. Come on, Neesham. It's
wide, and
well done.
Called wide. Hurst didn't look too happy with that one. Umpire Pratt extending his arms. Ten big deliveries remaining here. Oh, Neesham gets length and crunches that. Does he beat mid-off? He does, and he'll get 4. And that, for me, Gordon, it is the option to try and hit strong, hit straight down the ground. You're using the wind, and he's using his power.
Yeah, I think he's got his 2 zones here for me.
Yeah.
If he's up, he's going straight, and if he
Gives
goes
length,
back of a length, he's going to try and hit
Yeah.
this leg side boundary over here.
I think he's trying to hide the ball outside off stump. So what they're doing now is Chris Green's coming up into the circle at square leg, and mid-off goes back. So this might be now the time when you try and deflect it.
Oh, go with extra cover.
And he goes through cover, and he gets it pretty well. And he gets it well enough to go for 4. Good call, Gordon. He got the width he wanted, and more importantly, he gave him the length that he wanted to get his hands through that.
And that's sometimes the nice thing about batting at the end. You almost know what the ball is going to bowl by the field at the set there. And Neesham, with his experience there, knew if he could just get it to the right side of that extra cover, he's got a good gap there.
And when he gets a fully doesn't beat cover, he'll be disappointed. And he throws his head back at the non-striker's end. But a little bit of momentum. A little bit like the first game. If Durham can get to 140, 150 here, that gives them something to bowl at. We've seen it's not all plain sailing. The ball has moved around. There's been good pace in the pitch, and Durham have some excellent options with the ball.
That's it. I mean, the outfield's just so fast.
Yeah.
Free hit again. Come on, Rose. Put one in the stand.
And he hits that, but won't beat cover. Hit it well. But disappointing. Won't beat cover. Ends the over. 136 for 6. Durham need a double digit over here to finish off to get to 145, 150.
It's going to be green.
You bang on, Gordon. Chris Green will bowl the last over. Aspinwall will be relieved that that last ball hasn't gone the journey.
Yeah, it's a well-timed shot again. Ball into that field though. Hung it out wide. And Rhodes just didn't quite piece that gap that Neesham managed to the 2 balls previous.
So again, good options, good matchups. You've got an off-spinner bowling to 2 left-handers hitting into the wind on the leg side. So will both of these guys look to try and hit the ball over the offside? Really intriguing matchup. Jimmy Neesham must be a sweater. Drying his hands there. Getting a new set of gloves. Just taking his time here.
And Lancashire have cruised through these overs, 4 minutes to spare. Helps when you've got 3 spinners to
absolutely
rotate, doesn't it?
6 balls remaining. Chris Green from the Finkel end. That's whipped away nicely, but won't beat the man. It'll just be 1. Good news for Durham is it brings Jimmy Neesham back onto strike.
Like you say, he gets nice and low on his stance, doesn't he, Neesham?
Yeah,
and
he
that
does.
power hitting. Hopefully he gets a step hit here. One through the window will be nice, just towards us.
That's great bowling from Chris Green, right in the block hole. Jimmy Neesham disappointed, but you've got to take your hat off to Chris Green there. No width, no length to work with. And that is why he's paid to play franchise cricket all around the world.
And they've signed him on a long deal, haven't they, Lancashire, I think?
Oh, and he does get a little bit of length there, Rhodes, but we'll just clip that one out into the leg side. So 3 singles from the first 3 balls. This needs to go.
Yeah, and that was clever again there. He's been firing them in. He's just took the pace off there. Rhodes, I think, had set himself for that quicker one. He did him a little bit in the flight. There's a big swing coming here.
Neesham, 39 from 24. And again, holds it up. As you mentioned, Neesham might have been lining up a quicker one there. Chris Green, just with a smile on his face, saying, yep, I've done you.
And again, with that wind, pulling it over there, taking the pace off. I mean, Neesham's big enough and strong enough to hit it over there, but it's more high risk, isn't it?
Rhodes flicks that away. High and handsome, and for 6. Much needed. 146 now on the board. 140 was a winning score in the first game. Is this enough for Durham? Can they get another boundary to go in and make Lancs chase 150?
That's it. We've got it.
Great wrists.
Oh, brilliant. As you say, into that wind. Took the man on and cleared him by a foot.
Last ball of the innings. Gives himself room and hits that back over his head. And that will race away for 4. And Durham have a bit of momentum going into the second innings. Bringing up their 150 off the last ball. Will Rhodes hitting 10 off the last 2 balls that he faces. Jimmy Neesham ending on 40 not out from 25. Durham finished their innings on 150. Probably a little bit below par. I was looking at maybe 175 being par here. But 150 has historically been a pretty good score here at the Riverside. Is that enough? Well, we'll find out in around 10 minutes' time. But beforehand, we're going to throw to Andy and Gordon in the studio to chew the fat over that first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ash. That wag, very, very helpful it could be for Durham as they look to make it 2 wins from 2 in the Vitality T20 Blast 2025. And he's a busy boy, isn't he, Gordon Mutchell? He's been around. He's been in the pundit's chair. He's been in the commentary chair. Now he's back in the pundit's chair. And I'm sorry, Mutchie, but I'm going to try and avoid it, but I just can't. We're going to have to speak about one name and one name only. I've got some stats to throw at you. Jimmy Anderson. Sir Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson.
His first T20 match in 11 years. His first T20 wickets in 3,935 days. 3 for 17. I mean, what the heck can you say about Jimmy Anderson?
Well, I mean, it was just brilliant. To see him come in at 42, 43-year-old, whatever he is, and bowl that spell, obviously. Leesy got him away for one, and then he just didn't bowl a bad ball.
No.
I mean, it was absolutely fantastic. You talk about people wanting to set the tone. He's obviously put his name in those franchises and not been picked up yet. But he's absolutely fantastic today. I think there was a little bit of assistance for him on the pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's come on beautifully, but there's a little bit of nip. I think when Leesy walked off, he sort of gestured that it just nipped across him.
Yeah.
But he just hit that pitch hard. And like we were saying when we were commentating there, we'd love to have seen what the speed gun there was, because he's still getting the ball down as well as he'd ever done.
Yeah, he's banging them down, and I'm sure you haven't seen from the wide camera being on, but Ash Thorpe has slunk into the punditry chair as well. You two, I tell you what, you're on double time today, aren't you?
Yeah, the invoice is going real strong tonight.
You're busy, I must say. Look, Ash, is there anything a batsman can do when Jimmy Anderson, even at the age of 42, 43, is banging them down like that?
I mean, it's such a challenge. You saw Lees look down at the pitch and that one's decked. You know, I mean, the man presents probably the best seam that's ever been seen in world cricket. He's got a little bit of assistance with a pitch with a bit of pace and a little bit of live grass, and he's going to take full advantage of that. He's world class, Sir Jimmy.
And it makes it even worse as well. He takes catches too much.
Yeah, that's it. He was just saying his calf might be needing a bit of a stretch there, so he just finished stretching his catch and just landed in his lap. But he's got fantastic hands. He's took catches at slip, backward point. And again, just seeing him move out there was a delight, and all the people who've paid the money to come and watch a game of cricket have had a little bit of a bonus there, haven't they?
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, he is one of the great, if not the greatest, to play the game here in England, for definite from a bowling perspective anyway. But what sort of a treat is that for the crowd, do you think, Ash? Like coming and seeing a legend like Sir Jimmy Anderson play his trade?
Don't worry about the crowd. That was a treat for us. You know what I mean? I wasn't expecting that name on the team sheet today. Yeah. I've seen him around helping out coaching. He's obviously helped with Lancashire.
Yeah.
See him on the balcony with England quite a lot. And you almost forget that the guy's still playing. You mentioned some ridiculous stats of number of days and 11 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the paying fans. I've absolutely loved watching him bowl. And he still looks like he's running in as hard, bowling as quick as he's ever done.
It's scary. Absolutely scary. Listen, shall we move on and talk about Durham? We'll leave Sir Jimmy Anderson in the past. We've put respect on his name. We've put respect on Lancashire's name. But let's talk Durham. Was that down simply, and we'll come on to the fact that we wagged a little bit at the end and we've got to a respectable total, but was that purely down much to the fact that we just couldn't connect partnerships through that innings?
I think that's it. We obviously got little partnerships all through the innings, but no one really got that telling score, which you need to get a 200 score. Obviously, I came out early and said it's a 200 pitch. It's not. I mean, obviously, Jennings and Wells have started well. If we can get some early wickets and put some pressure on Lancashire, this game's not over yet. Don't worry about that. But like you said, just as we looked as if we were going to unleash a bit of a partnership and get ahead of the game, Lancashire kept on picking up wickets, and I think that was largely down to the skill level of the bowlers and sort of the way they fielded as well.
Yeah, I know we joked about it, didn't we, pre-match, and we talked about the game down at Edgbaston and the fact that we were, given a few chances to quite a few batsmen. I don't think that necessarily was the plan today, Ash, but it's turned out that way again.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you've both hit the nail on the head. Partnerships and big scores. You're looking at a score, can one of your batsmen get 60, 70 and take it deep into the last few overs? Jimmy Neesham managed to be in at the end. Kind of talked around Ben Raine or Colin Ackerman kind of being that batter that's there at the end, but you're dead right. Lancashire kept picking up wickets all the way through, and that's why Durham have ended up on 150 and not 180.
It was almost there. You mentioned Jimmy Neesham. I mean, he had a pretty decent cameo there, and I've got to say much. I was listening to you boys in commentary, obviously, just next door, and you're kind of marvelling at the strength of him, the power of him, and you can see that in some of his shots. They're absolutely huge, aren't they?
Oh, I mean, there was a couple of fours he hit there where he just put his bat on the ball and it raced over. That one's where he got the nutmegs against Thorpe's Australian counterpart. Green, And you know what? It puts the fear of God sometimes in you as a fielder as well. When you're sort of trying to creep in and save one, well, you're probably not against Neesham. But I remember someone, I think George mentioned Kevin Peterson. There was a flick off Ackerman like Kevin Peterson. I remember him getting caught a long on off Mark Davies. Vince Wells bowled the ball. Vince Wells used to bowl in a long sleeve jumper. So Dave always tells a good story where he bowled the ball and his sort of sleeve came down. So he's trying to pull his sleeve out and Peterson hit this ball. And I mean, it's very Neesham-like power he had. But no, a great attribute, and hopefully he can get some wickets and hit the seam.
It's incredible. I mean, we'll obviously focus on this match, but going deep into the T20s, how much of a bonus, how much of a benefit is the likes of Jimmy Neesham coming in at 5 or 6 going to be for Durham, Ash?
Yeah, it's huge. He's going to rally that middle to lower order to get to totals, either to set good totals to win games or in chases. You saw how vital he was there. Durham were teetering around the 100 mark, and then I've managed to get up to 150, which is something to bowl at, and hopefully a winning score from a Durham point of view.
And I think another name to mention is Will Rhodes. He's come in there. You guys mentioned him on commentary as well. He's come in, new into Durham as well, and he's picked up a few valuable runs towards the end there.
Yeah, that's it. That 6 at the end there's just got us that competitive total. And as I mentioned on commentary, obviously he's come from Warwickshire. Prolific run scorer, hasn't had the runs he wants to score just yet. So that little knock there, the one the other night, do him the world of good going forward as well.
And we saw last night, Durham successful in a chase, and we've seen that side of Durham this T20 season. Now we get to see the side of Durham that can defend as well, Ash. So how interested are you to see how they go about doing that with a different dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, they've got great options with the ball, and that is the beauty of that. That lineup is that the captain can always turn to somebody, whether that be spin or pace. I'm really going to enjoy the matchup between Parkinson and the 2 left-handers at the top of the order. That is going to be crucial. Durham need to break that opening partnership early if they have a chance of defending 150.
Because I know we've spoken about the seamers and how much of a difference they're going to make today, but it's fair to say that the Lancashire spinners there did a job on Durham. They strangled us halfway through the innings, and the likes of Park, you're going to be probably looking at that and thinking, I could go out and do a job there. Mushy.
No, I agree. And looking at the spinners before the start of the game, I'd rather have our spinners than their spinners. But again, I think they've executed really well. Yeah. They've used the wind well. Yeah. I think, obviously, and they did. We never got away. We never had that sort of 20 run over or whatever it was. I'm not sure what our highest over was. But whenever we got that boundary away first ball that we talked about in commentary, they got a couple of dots on us. Yeah. And it just stifled us a little bit, and hopefully we can do the same. There's no reason why we can't do the same. And I'm going to be interested to see whether Parky does open the ball here, because with it nipping around and these 2 left-handers in the form they had, I'd maybe go with 2 seamers to start with, but we'll see. Obviously the ball spinning back in is easy for the left-hander. But you'll not have to ask Parky twice. If he'll want to set the tone like Jimmy Anderson did. He'll want to be the man that wins us this game. Yeah. And we're going to need all that energy and 11-man press here to get us over the line again. Well,
I'll tell you what, it's not Gordon Mutchell, it's Mystic Much, because you were asked on commentary, what do we need? And you said 150. Durham went out and got 150. I shall ask you the big question now. Are they going to defend it?
If they take 2 wickets in the power play, they can defend 150.
You heard it here first. Now, I said that was the big question. I lied. This is going to be the big question. The biggest surprise that I've seen in the Daft News studio over the last hour or so isn't Jimmy Anderson returning after 11 years out from a T20, isn't about Jimmy Anderson claiming his first T20 wickets in 3,935 days. It's the fact that George Gompert is still in the Daft News studio and has not gone out to join his fellow students and take advantage of this cocktail deal. So I'm going to put it to you two. Favourite cocktails? What are you reckoning? What would you go for?
Oh, I like a Long Island iced tea.
You do? Yeah. Power packs a punch, I suppose. Yeah, Ash, anything?
I'm a simple man. Bourbon, any bourbon for me. Keep it simple.
Good to know. We ask all the big questions, don't we, on Durham Live anyway. But the students, I'm just looking out through the window, are basking in the sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street. To be honest with you, I might nip outside in a little bit and go and take in the sunshine, such as the rarity that we see the sun over here in Chester Street. But Durham have a job to do. They chased last night against Birmingham Bears down at Edgbaston. They did that successfully. Now, can they defend against the Lancashire Lightning? They've got to 150. Let's see what they can do against the Lancashire Lightning as they aim for a second win inside 2 days in this Vitality T20 Blast 2025. You two, are you going to scurry back and go on to comms again?
Yeah, if we've got great cameramen and great producers in the background, they'll just focus in on you and we'll slide across and put our headsets on.
You do me a No, that's exactly it. That's how it should be. Look, you can see the teams gathered. You can see Durham ready to come back onto this pitch. Look at them talking to one another. I wonder what Ryan Campbell has said to them in the break there. I'm sure words of encouragement, positive words more certainly, as they look for a very, very quick start. Certainly in this power play, as Ash Thorpe has just pointed out here in the Dafa News studio. Let's see if they can do it then. Ryan Campbell's boys trying to go for 2 wins from 2 in the Vitality T20 Blast 2025. They have to defend 150 to do it against the Lancashire Lightning. Let's get across to the commentary team and let's rejoin Ash Thorpe, Gordon Mitchell. But first, he's stayed here in the studio, I promise. It's George Gambit.
Yeah, cheers, Andy. The cocktails will have to wait. They've got about half an hour before I'll head over and join my fellow students over in the sun. They look like they're having a lovely time. And I'm sure it'll be even better if Durham can manage to defend this. 151 for Lancashire to get over the line. And the sun is shining, the shadows are lengthening. And it's textbook T20 Blast weather. And I can't wait for this chase. Gordon went out strong with a 200 par score at the beginning. It's less than that, it's 150. We'll see if it's defendable. What do you think, Ash?
I think it'll be tough, if I'm totally honest with you. And I think Durham will probably have to bowl Lancashire out to win. And early wickets is the key. This opening partnership is probably one of the most prolific in the Blast at the moment. 2 big, strong left-handers strike the ball well. And I'm interested to see if Gordon Mitchell's prediction comes true and that they go with 2 seamers to start. It looks like Zach Folkes is going to start from the Finkel end. Really impressive youngster from New Zealand. Burst onto the international scene with the Black Caps in a series against Sri Lanka. Picked up wickets. And having spoken to him, really impressive young man. Very switched on, very keen to throw himself into the club, which is what I love. He's got history between Durham and Canterbury, where he's from. And much he'll tell you with the likes of Paul Wiseman and some of the young guys that have come across from Christchurch over the years. There's a lovely connection that he's well aware of, and he can't wait to do well for Durham.
Well, it's Parky who got the early wickets yesterday. Daves and Latham both going in the second over. It's going to be Folkes looking to do the same from the Finkel end. Around the wicket to Wells, who almost backs off a little bit. Blocks it into the offside.
Yeah, he's quite whippy in his action. He almost looks like he's bowling off the wrong foot a little bit, folks, but I've heard Gordon talk about it. He gets real shape on the ball and he'll look to swing the ball back into the left-handers. Starting around the wicket. Big smile on his face, which I love to see. He's nice and relaxed. Going about his work out there for Durham.
That's quite the statement. Looks like he bowls off his wrong foot.
Yeah, it's not far off,
I
but
can
it's
see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's not quite, but it's really whippy through the crease. Got a great release point. Hopefully he works up ahead of steam here and gets some good pace. Can take some early wickets for Durham. Because as I said, this pair are up there with the best in the Blast, Wells and Jennings.
Takes a 1 step down, 1 step to the leg side, has a go over the offside, but gets none of it.
They'll go hard, this pair as well. That we saw last year in the game that Durham would just manage to scrape home, that every time they looked out of the game, they just had those big overs and they just kept coming and coming. Paul Coughlin took one of the most ridiculous catches, nearly had his face rearranged at the time. I'm not sure if Gordon was on commentary at that time. Steve Harmison definitely was. Ridiculous catch.
Another swing and a miss. That's something we didn't really have in that Durham innings, was big overs.
Yeah.
Or really big partnerships. Wickets lost at fairly regular intervals. 20 for 1, 29 for 2, 46 for 3. There were hints of partnerships there, but nothing substantial to drag Durham towards a larger total.
Yeah, every time that something got going, they lost a wicket. A few caught in the deep. But that's good pace from folks, carrying through above Ollie Robinson's head, which is nice to see.
One slip waiting as well, slightly wide. Almost finds him. There's another flash outside the off stump, slightly back of a length from folks. And it's 5 dots to start off this Lancashire chase.
You'd love to start off with a maiden. Wicket maiden would be even better.
One out at third man, one at deep square. Everyone else in the ring. And it is a maiden. Blocked straight back to folks. That's a warm and large round of applause from everybody here at Banks Homes Riverside. It's not the largest total to defend, and it's going to need a lot of tight bowling, a lot of tight fielding, and that's exactly what Durham have produced in that first over. Looks like from the Lumley end, it's going to be spin Colin Ackerman.
Interesting. Going to use the right arm off spinner, trying to turn the ball away from the left-handers. Callum Parkinson will have to wait his turn.
As he does in red ball cricket, bowling with the specs on.
Yeah. Too cool for school. Big moments these. Durham just a little bit of momentum there, the way they finished the innings, and a maiden to start. Ackerman round the wicket. Drags that one down. Not the worst length to bowl on this pitch. You'd rather err on the shorter side than the fuller side. What you don't want is just to let these Lancashire batsmen get step hits and be able to hit the ball strong down the ground. He's got a little bit of protection with a long on. I think it's Jimmy Neesham out at Cow Corner, looking right into the sun. Might need to borrow Ackerman's shades. I'm sure you'll have some. Jimmy will have about 10 pairs, I reckon. And that's, again, that step hit that I was just talking about. That's hit hard, hit down the ground, and Wells is away with a boundary.
Yeah, you've been saying all day, Ash, hit straight. And that is straight. It's absolutely flown to the ropes as well. Long on is out. It was hit too hard, too straight.
Just don't think you can afford to bowl that length, George. Oh, that's hit and hit with the wind, and it will carry all the way. This is where Gordon Mutchell was talking about, is it worth bowling 2 seamers to start with? And you'd have to say after just 3 balls, that big head of the Mel might just be right.
Wasn't too short from Ackerman.
It was a pretty good shot, to be fair,
But Wells,
using the wind as well, wasn't it?
Just rocked back into the crease, giving himself room.
That's hit hard, but can't beat cover. Skipper there doing the work. That's a better length and a good line there. I'll pinch a single down to Parkinson. Maybe for a little scratchy inside edge from Wells. Now Ackerman needs to get out of this over without any further damage. And again it's step, and again it's hit, and hit well by Jennings. Back over the bowler's head for 4. That's a big over to start from Lancashire. Maiden off the first, 16 from the second. It'll be interesting to see where Alex Lees goes. Will he go to somebody like Ben Raine to get that little nip off the pitch and bowl stump to stump and make these Lancashire batters work for it?
Yeah, big start for Ackerman, and he was smiling there, perhaps through gritted teeth.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Leesy does turn to seam up a bit of pace from both ends. Worked for folks in the first over. Got away without conceding a run. As it was in the first over, it's Folks to Wells, who steps down the track and finds Nathan Salter, who takes the catch in cover. And he's hit it hard, he's hit it well, but he's hit it straight to the man. And Lancashire, after a thunderous over off Colin Ackerman, are yet to score off, folks. They've also lost the wicket, 16 for 1.
Big moment. Luke Wells being the man in form, along with Keaton Jennings. He goes, having faced 7 balls from Folkes and not scoring a run. And they're losing his wicket. And we're going to see Hurst. Matty Hurst come out to the crease. The young wicketkeeper batsman. Lots of expectations on his shoulders as well. Very aggressive. Spent the winter out in Australia playing in the Big Bash for the Perth Scorchers as well. But will Durham put a slip in place here and just try and... They are. Ackerman's falling into slip as we speak. But lovely start from Zach Folkes. 1 for none so far.
Seven bowled, no runs conceded, 1 wicket to his name. What a start. And it's another play and a miss outside off stump.
Durham field is in nice and tight on the offside as well, just trying to prevent any rotation of strike with an easy drop single. Slip in place. Lee's looking to attack, trying to pick up 2, trying to pick up 3 in the power play. They know early wickets are so key.
Oh, you said, Ash, 2 wickets in the power play and Durham have got a chance.
Yeah, that's unless they're like 2 for 80 or something like that.
Well, there's one of them. And it's just for 16. Short. And that's hit him.
Really nipped back off the seam.
It's caught him off guard. Change of length. And as you said, Ash, it's nipped in.
Impressive start, George, from Folkes.
Yeah, really good. Still yet to score off him. And he's halfway through a second over. He's getting it through at a good lick as well. Still 1 slip in. Short, toe end. And there's another.
I think it's off his hip. I think that'll really, really hurt, and it's off his hip.
I think you might be right, because the Durham outfielders were almost convinced, but the umpire's unmoved. And he's rubbing it.
God. They don't tickle.
And he's limping away, and I'm not surprised.
He will feel that tomorrow. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it is missed all willow and hit all hip.
Damn.
And he collapses to the ground. He's back on his feet now. He's got to face the thunder yet again. Full miss hit, another dot. And this is remarkable bowling.
Mate, if that was me, this game has stopped, right? The physio's on, the stretcher's on, oxygen, painkillers, ice, drinks, maybe one of the cocktails from the uni students. Man, he's a tough kid. That's got to hurt, man. This game's over. Helicopter landing on the ground, taking me to hospital. What a tough kid. That's got to hurt.
Well, it does hurt. He's not showing it.
Respect Matty Hurst.
Faces up again. Last ball of this 3rd over.
It's a good thigh pad, that too.
Hit him again.
2 maidens, George.
2 maidens, that one more importantly, a wicket maiden. Lancashire 1 down now for 16.
What an impressive start from the young Kiwi. Inflicting pain on the batter and on the scorecard for Lancashire. And will Durham go to seam here? It looks so. Ollie Robinson immediately standing back. Is Jimmy Neesham the man to grab the ball? It looks so. Mate.
Yeah,
and it will be Black Caps in partnership.
40 not out with a bat. Not enough work for one afternoon evening.
Time for the Hulk. Neesham, right arm over the wicket to Jennings, who bowls a good length. It's been a bizarre start to this innings. We've seen a maiden first up, crash bang wallop, and then another wicket. Well, a wicket made. 16 for 1. And I think Gordon Mutchell alongside me is a very happy man that there's seam on from both ends. Could tell by his face he was desperate for that, and with every boundary off Ackerman's bowling, could just see him twitch a little bit more. Oh, Jennings across to Ram.
Send him outside the line.
Yeah. But that's good from Durham that they're making him try and play ramp shots rather than sticking to his strengths, which is, I mean, he is good at deflecting the ball, but he's such a powerful hitter of the ball as well, Keaton.
Yeah, it's been a seamless pitch all day in the women's match as well. It's carrying through really nicely, got a bit of zip off the surface, and it's been nibbling a bit either way, bit of swing through the air as well.
Oh, an inside edge. Ollie Robinson does brilliantly to prevent that going to the boundary. That could quite easily have been dragged onto the stumps. But Jennings gets a single. Again, I think it's the length. You hit the pitch hard here, you're getting your rewards.
That's certainly what Folkes has done from the Finkel end. 1 for none off his 2. And Jimmy Neesham so far. Just the 1 run off him. That under edge off that last delivery.
Really hear that wind picking up now. Good luck to Jay upstairs. He's from Melbourne, he'll be used to it. And that's hit. Is it hit well enough? The wind is just going to get it to clear Graham Clark. Can he claw it back?
It is
He
rapid,
can't,
Ash.
yeah,
Rapid
just-
outfield.
He got none of that. And the wind and the outfield took it all the way to the boundary for 4. Hurst is away on the 6th time of asking.
Yeah, didn't sound good off the bat. Didn't look great, but just cleared the man. It's raced away. As soon as it's landed, it's just taken off.
Oh, and that's gone! On the hip. Jimmy Neesham holds his head. And that was a wicket similar to what we saw yesterday in Birmingham. A ball that you would expect to be put away for 4. Ben Raine takes the catch right in front of his face. And 2 big wickets for Durham. The 2 Kiwis strike. Firstly, Zach Folkes. And now Jimmy Neesham, the all-rounder, picking up a big wicket of Matty Hurst for 4. Caught by Ben Raine. And Lancashire just in a little bit of trouble. 2 down. Well, we've got 21 on the board.
Saw some really good catches in the women's game. And as was that, maybe not as spectacular looking as Maddie Villiers diving forward in the air, but it's flown really quickly at Ben Raine. It's above his head. It's above his eye line. It's just stuck his buckets out.
Solid catch, wasn't it, from a solid man.
He's made it stick.
Former Durham man Michael Jones to the crease.
And off the bat, Ash, it sounded...
Yeah, I was expecting boundary.
It sounded like it was going all the way, but Ben Raine just getting in the way.
Bit of luck for Durham. You take them all day long. 21 for 2. 1 ball remaining in the over. Like we say, former Durham player Michael Jones at the crease, facing Jimmy Neesham. And that's pushed nicely down to 3rd man. Jones will look for 2 and comes back brilliantly. He's a good runner between the wickets. He's a big man, Michael Jones, and makes that home comfortably. But that is a wicket taking over. 7 from it. Lancashire, after 4 overs, are 23 for 2.
Yeah, it's good running. As Gordon said in the last innings, we haven't seen many 2s. But that one just steered down into the gap. Come back comfortably in the end. It's going to be Zach Folkes again. His first 2 overs have gone for 0 runs, having taken 1 wicket. It's been a phenomenal start from the Kiwi. And he's going
Got to take him off, haven't you? Doesn't deserve another one. Incredible figures. 1 for none from 2 overs.
Do you think he'll go all the way through?
Well, why not? If that's our best chance of winning the game and for him to pick up wickets, then put them under pressure.
Yep, early wickets.
Yeah, I think Gordon mentioned the same thing with Jimmy Anderson. If that's your best asset, use it. He does have a lot of options with the ball, so if folks can pick up 2 or 3 here, that's huge for Durham.
Just pushed fine leg round squarer. Last minute adjustments. That's powered through the offside, and it's a misfield from Jimmy Neesham, but Alex Lees will chase. And they'll come back for 2. Beat both fielders in the ring.
It's one of those awkward ones where if you're the man behind diving,
Yeah.
you're really conscious that if Souter gets a finger to that, you might be at the dentist.
And perhaps slightly unsighted as well as it goes through his body.
Look at that as maybe save 2 rather than costing 2.
That's through the offside, and that one won't be stopped. You could hear that sound. That sounded glorious off the middle of the bat, and it has absolutely raced away to the cover boundary. And folks, having not gone for any runs in his first 2 overs, he's gone for 6 off his first 2 balls off the third.
That's incredible timing, that, George.
Just given more width than he's given in his first 2 overs. Slightly wide.
That's on off stump, and he's just eased himself a little bit to the leg side. Give full credit to Keaton Jennings.
And now he charges down a step or 2. And that one was less textbook, a big old swipe. Goes through to Ollie Robinson.
Bit more my style, that one.
You can see the intent, though, from Keaton Jennings. Not here to hang about.
Lancashire did that last year in the game. They just kept coming hard at Durham. Yes, they lost wickets, but they just kept coming, and ended up falling just short.
And that's a little swipe. Not particularly pretty from Keaton Jennings. And it's 2 in a row he's played and missed. He's just trying to dab it down to third man. Unprotected boundary.
Maybe just a little bit full to play off the back foot.
Yeah, it just looked pretty unconventional around. Some adjustments perhaps off the back of that. Looks like there's some hand waving going
I
around.
think they're going to drop third man and bring fine leg up. Looking to bowl outside. Jennings is off stump. Just protect that square on the offside a little bit more. Will Jennings try and go across his stumps here?
It's hit through the offside, straight to Souter. It's hit hard at him, but bounced well before him. It's come at quite a comfortable height in the end. And having gone for 10 off 2, folks just dragged this one back, 3 dots in a row. The third man comes up and fine leg goes out for the last ball of the over. And he's gone through the offside again. It's too wide for him to hit. Illegally so. And Zach Folks will bowl that one again. Given the form he's on, I don't think he'll mind that.
Yeah, definitely a wide. Umpire Kettleborough doesn't miss many of those. He made us miss a whole championship game, but he doesn't miss many wides.
That one's leg side this time, and another wide. Zach Folks having been on the money for his first 12 balls. Slightly more zigzaggy in his third over.
It's not bad skills. He's slightly wrong there, but he was trying to bowl that in-swinging Yorker. He's got the ball to shape away a little bit from the left-hander. That one fired in at leg stump, but just a little bit too far down the leg side.
Jennings is trying to hit everything through the offside at the minute. And that is straight down the ground. It's a glorious stroke. And it's 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and over the ropes. And in the end, having not conceded a run for 2 overs, he's conceded 16 off his third. And Lancashire 35, for 2.
Yeah, you often find the third over can be a killer. I would have definitely bowled him. I mean, he bowled 2 overs without conceding a run. And that's just some good batting that from Keaton Jennings. You've got to take your hat off there. Sometimes your good balls in this format do get hit. And I think a couple of those shots particularly the last one and the one he hit through the covers for 4. You've got to give full credit to the batter on those occasions. Jimmy Neesham is going to continue from the Lumley end. Last over of the power play, 35 for 2. Can Durham take that all-important 3rd wicket in the power play? Jones top edges that in the air and it will skip away. Bit of top spin. And Durham close, but no cigar. Jones gets a boundary. Surprise there, Jones advancing down the pitch.
Yeah, he's perhaps just hurried himself up, making the track 20 yards instead of 22. It's just climbed up on him. He's not quite got through it in time, but it's gone his way. He won't care how he gets it. It's gone to the ropes.
Pace off this time from Neesham. Clever bowling.
Yeah, well bowled. Looked like Jones was perhaps didn't pick that out of the hand. Looked to get through the shot quite early, then almost had to check himself. Couldn't get any power behind it.
This one's pulled away. Not perfectly timed, but timed well enough to get to the rope. Michael Jones, opportunity to go home, play for his home county. Leaving Durham during the winter. Getting an opportunity to bat 4 in this strong lineup. It's looking good so far. 43 now for 2.
Yeah, he was a bit undone by the first short ball from Neesham, but absolutely no mistake second time round.
He advances again, crunches that one to mid-off. He'll pick up a single.
Gets it on the 4th time of trying. Graham Clark has a little smile about it.
Good wrestle. 2 balls remaining in the power play.
.44 for 2, Ash. Who do you think's on top at the minute?
I think you just favour Lancashire with just 150 on the board. Durham could do with it breaking this partnership. And a good slower ball that from Neesham. Incredibly slower. And beating Jennings all ends up there.
Maybe seeing Jennings just take an extra step or 2 down the track and taking a bit more pace off it. It's ended up as a really good slow ball Yorker. Jennings unable to get it away.
Lancashire just ahead of Durham at this stage, both having lost a couple of wickets in the power play. Oh, and that BT Maul ends up. I think Jennings was looking for a different length there and is a little bit surprised on where that one came through. And then just try to get bat on it in the end. But that ends the over. 44 for 2. 6 done. That ends the power play. What are your thoughts, George?
Yeah, well, terrific start from the Finkel end with the ball. Folks, on fire. 1 wicket without loss in his 2 overs. And since then, Lancashire have just managed to creep up and get on top a bit. Some good ball striking. And, yeah, as you said, Ash, Lancs just slightly ahead of where Durham were on the worm.
Yeah.
Both 2 wickets down. It's Ben Raine. So, folks, not going all the way through. He's still got 1 in the bank if needed. And Mr. Consistent, Ben Raine, is going to take over duties from the Finkel end. It's pushed for 1. We've seen on this pitch it's often line and length, which is the most effective, and that's exactly what you're going to get from Raine.
The thing that'll disappoint Durham is, and we talked about them losing wickets all the way through their innings, is their run rate never really increased. It was always around the kind of the 7 run and over mark. got it up to 7.5 at the end. But will that be enough?
Right now round the wicket to Jennings. Takes a bit of pace off it. Just a single to long off. And Casey Aldridge just in front of us.
Haven't seen any of Parkinson or Souty yet.
I saw Parky warming up.
Oh, he'd be desperate to get into this game against. He's a Bolton man against his home club, really.
2 early wickets against the Bears for Parkinson. And Raine back on line and length. Jones unable to do anything with that. Bar just blocking it straight back to him.
The man from Bolton be desperate to get into this contest. As will Nathan Souter. He loves to get into a contest. He's been superb for Durham over the few years that he's been up in the northeast.
Line and length again. And again, Jones unable to manipulate it off the square.
That length's so key, isn't it? I think that length all game has been quite difficult to get away without risking, losing your wicket. But
Does just pop a bit off the length. Comes through at about hip height, maybe just above. Can't really play on the front foot. There it is again, punched down the ground for a single. That's all these Lancashire batters seem to be able to do off the bowling of Ben Raine. 3 off the over so far. 1 to come. And at the end of this over,
that wind really picking up.
I reckon Gordon will be joining us again to see us through to the end. It's flicked off the pads, and the early call is 2. They're going to come back for 2. And there's a shout from Ollie Robinson, but I don't think he's particularly confident. So that ends that Ben Raine over. 5 off it, and that leaves Lancashire 49 for 2. Still 102 to win from the last 13 overs. And to see us through these 13 overs, Gordon's back.
Huge thanks, George. George is off into the sun to go and grab a cocktail or 6 with his uni brethren. And welcome back, Muchie. What are your thoughts, mate? You've been watching intently and living every ball in the background.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's interesting. Duckworth Lewis has got us at par scored 55 at the end of this over, so we're still in it. I'd like to see the back of Jennings.
Yeah. We need to continue to pick up wickets a little bit like Lancashire did in our innings, I think, to have a chance.
No, definitely. I think, like you alluded to there, hitting that top of off length as a seamer is the key on here. No one's managed to get it away. And Ben Raine's bowled a fantastic first over there, and he's your man. Souter into the attack.
Yeah.
Like you say, he loves the contest.
Souter, right arm leg spin, and Jones attempts a big slog sweep first ball. Will just pick up a single. That's excellent work out in the deep. Thank you very much, George. Been brilliant to have you on board today, mate.
Yeah, no, George,
great
absolutely
work.
fantastic.
That brings up the 50 for Lancashire. George Gompert's there, been with us throughout the day. You've got myself, Ash Thorpe, and Gordon Mutchell to take you home. Bright sunshine here at Chesley Street. There was a threat of rain all day. We've lost no cricket, which you won't be surprised to hear at Durham. And Jennings, gets an under edge straight through Ollie Robinson's legs. But Parkinson will hustle round and pick the ball up. And these are the games that you want to be involved in. Nice little crowd in, Muchie, and game on the line right now.
Good crowd in. The students are still behaving themselves.
Yeah.
No, it's good. As you say, that sun, I'd like a few clouds to roll in, if I'm being honest. That sun is shining, blue skies overhead. But like you say, the wind is so strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been strong. The last couple of weeks, we haven't really seen the back. We've had some fantastic weather, but that wind has been an absolute pain in the backside. No good for your golf, no doubt.
I can't put it down to the wind, unfortunately, I don't think.
Good start from Souter again. 3 singles. What Durham don't want to be doing is just giving Lancashire a boundary option, and if Lancashire score a boundary off the over, they've won that over. Jennings drives beautifully down the ground and will pick up a single.
He's oozing with confidence, isn't he, Jennings? That back foot shot he played off.
Wow.
Was it Neesham or...
It was Folks.
Folks. What a shot. And just watching the highlights of the Lancashire games, he's been striking the ball beautifully in these first two fixtures.
Wherever you are around the world, welcome to Chesley Street, watching this contest. And Souter, right in a contest, bowling stump to stump.
Just a little bit of drift there. Interesting. Obviously, Durham used Jones as a bit of a striker towards the back end here. A little bit of a different role from... I don't know if they've sent him out there to try and put a hole in this innings or just to go and play. Oh, it's down the leg.
That's an excellent over from Souter. Just the 4 from it. 53 for 2, Lancashire. That target, 151. Like I said, from wherever you are around the world, welcome to Chesley Street. Here with Ash Thorpe and Gordon Mutchell in the Daffabet studio. Watching intently on as this contest just starts to tighten up. And the crowd are right into this game now. A couple of tight overs from Durham. Nathan Souter and Ben Raine just putting the squeeze on. 32 run partnership so far between these two. But they haven't let them get away yet. Big over this one. Raine takes the pace off, and this is clipped away behind square. Jennings touches and looks for 2. That's fantastic fielding out in the deep.
Is that Folks? Number 2?
Absolutely. Absolutely was Zach Folks.
He moves well. Jeepers, he's an action-packed cricketer. He hits a long ball as well, by all accounts,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
mate, he's a good package. He's a great package to have as part of Durham. And he's going to have one big over left to come later on whenever Alex Lees decides to go to his overseas professional. Jones on strike. Ben Raine takes all the pace off that one. All the air out of it, and all Jones can do is tuck it away into the leg side.
Yeah, we spoke about in the Lancashire innings, they didn't really go to too many slow balls. We've always seen Jimmy Neesham bowl a good slow ball. Ben Raine's taking all the pace off here for Jennings, trying to tuck him up, trying to make him hit that long, well, into the wind.
Yeah,
the boundaries
Jennings
are
will be
pretty
looking
same.
with any width to go through cover, and he gets the width. And again, it's a slower ball, and Ben Raine is done by the spin off the pitch. He'd have been gutted to let that one go past him.
Oh, definitely.
But has a big smile on his face.
Did just check on him there, didn't it?
It did, 100%. That's where sometimes they end up in your shin. I wonder how Matty Hurst's hip is.
How has it got the point?
I've never seen that before. 100% I'd have been buckled, wheelchaired off. Ben Raine on the money and nicely punched down the ground by Michael Jones. Saw him in a real pinch hitter role for Durham last year. Capable of some big shots. Getting the opportunity to bat at number 4 in this Lightning lineup. .57 for 2. Oh, and Ben Raine takes again all the pace off that. Clever bowling. Just be another single down the ground. Single off all 5 balls of this over so far. And this is where this last ball is so important. This, from a Durham point of view, can't go for a boundary. From a Lancashire point of view, they'll be looking to make this a 9-run over.
Yeah. I think with these slow balls, this is a surprise ball, the quick one that just jags.
Oh, Mutchell's called it early.
No.
It's another slower ball that's punched off the back foot for a 6th single of the over. That ends over number 9. 59 for 2.
Yeah, that's it. And again, Ben Raine's landed everyone on the money there. Good plans. Taking the pace off it. Telling the Lancashire batsman to come at him. And so far they've been happy enough just to push one. Souths can get through another cheap overheel. Just put a little bit of pressure back on these batsmen. Lee's tight in extra cover. I thought he did that really well last year. He kept his fielders on the ones, really tight, squeezing hard.
He's Souter to continue from the Lumley end. That run rate just starting to creep up a little bit around the 8.5 and over mark. That's nicely punched down the ground by Michael Jones. He'll pick up another single. Single's not massively hurting Durham at the moment, but Lancashire quite comfortable, just milking this bowling.
And we talked about partnerships, didn't we? That Durham couldn't quite get to. This one's just beginning to be a little bit of a decent-sized partnership for Lancashire.
And it's hit long and down the ground. Is it out? Yes, it is. It's going to be caught, juggled up in the air. And that is an absolute monster moment in the game. Is it Casey Aldridge down there?
It is.
I think it is. The long arms taking a super catch. I thought initially it was 6 off the bat, but calm and composed on the rope. Huge moment, Gordon.
Massive moment. The man in form gone. The old Durham boy, just wanting him not to come back and haunt us, but absolutely fantastic catch. Under a little bit of pressure, he'd have known that this was a big moment in the games, and against Souter, asking questions of the batter. Keaton took him on, and luckily for us, he's just found Aldridge, who's a big, tall lad.
Yeah, he's long. He's long. And how composed was he down there on the rope? Took 3 catches down in Birmingham. And that was just, I guess you see them practice it so much now. They're on the Toblerone. They catch it, they knock it back up in the air. And he did that beautifully. Big moment.
Oh, good. Can we get 2 in a row here?
Oh.
The little chitty.
Bang, bang is the call from Gordon Mutchell. We saw it in the women's game. Lancashire picked up 3 times double wicket overs. Can Durham's men do something similar here? Ashton Turner, again the former Durham man, coming to the crease. I do confess my man crush when it comes to cricket. I'm sure he's thrilled at that. He's on strike. Been there, done it all. Oh, and he gets a thick outside edge, and I think he'll get away with a boundary first ball. Little bit of width offered from Souter. The first time he hasn't bowled really at the stumps. And it's raced away for 4. So Turner's away, boundary first ball.
Oh, that's a shame. He wasn't where he was aiming it, but fought the score nonetheless. And like you say, Souter's game plan's normally just to keep those stumps in play there. I think he maybe tried to turn that one a bit more.
I think it was a wrong one. He does
Back
keep
on
the stumps in play. Yeah, absolutely right, Gordon. This one's punched down the ground by Ashton Turner.
Now, we talked about not being too many 2s in the Durham innings. These 2 guys here,
rapid,
both eat up the ground.
Yeah.
So the boundary riders are going to have to be on their mettle here.
Oh, that's a shot. We've seen Michael Jones do that quite a lot. Has that gone all the way for 6?
Yeah.
It has. What an amazing shot. Michael Jones, inside out. They've just lost a wicket. And are Lancashire bothered? No, they're going harder. That's gorgeous.
That is gorgeous. One of the nicest shots of the game. And it's the Lancashire way, isn't it? We talked about it last year. Every time they lose a wicket, they don't necessarily just bed themselves in. They almost go harder to get the partnership going sometimes.
It's again a lovely shot. It's going to check. Just worried for a moment that Aldridge has gone too far, but he does well to keep that to 1. That ends an eventful over. What have we had off that? 13 off the over and a wicket.
Wicket. What a throw that was from Aldridge as well.
Off
Off balance to the long end, 1 bounce straight over the top. He looks like an athlete, and Lees looks like he's got him in some of the hot spots, obviously using that height, long on and long off. Looking forward to seeing him bowl if required.
Yeah,
like
well,
he's got a lot of options.
He has, and it might just be that Ackerman over gives him extra options as well where he goes.
Here he is.
Here's Parky. What a shot that was from Michael Jones, just using his hands and the wind.
That's a nice
He'd
touch.
be looking to tuck that away for 2. Turner touches and goes immediately. Jimmy Neesham fires. But you touched on it earlier, Gordon. These 2 will be rapid between the wickets.
Oh. And that is just, I'm coming no matter what. And like I say, if it had hit, it would have been close, but it's just long strides, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember watching him in Coggers run a couple of times last year thinking, wowzers,
Scary.
I would not want to be trying to save 2 on that boundary.
Nicely cut away. That will be another 2, I believe. Yeah, Jones touches and comes back. This is good from this pair already, putting the pressure back onto Durham, even though they lost a wicket the last over. In the modern way.
And again, 2 Durham old boys here, know the ground well, know the dimensions. And that's another tuck in. It's probably timed it too well, hasn't it?
Yeah, just the one on this occasion.
Give the lungs a little bit of a rest as well. 3 2s in a row is not the easiest.
Joe Root with a cheeky 166 not out to get England home today against the West Indies.
Outstanding. How long was left in that one? Was
one with just over and over to spare.
He's not the worst, old Joe, is he?
Yeah, he's brilliant, that. Incredible innings. This one's cut away, and Turner will pick up another single. Where do Durham's dots come from? How can they build pressure on this pair?
It's good. They both manipulate the ball really well there, don't we? Just see him lean back and just get it in that gap for 1. It's got to be that middle leg line. Oh, he still manages to get that into there for
just a little breather. 7 so far off this over. Scored off every ball. Waiting for the Turner sweep. Instead he slaps that down the ground. Real crack off the bat.
Like you said, Ash, I think we're going to need to bowl Lancashire out here.
Yeah.
And our trump cards are, in general, our 2 spinners. I just feel as if I would be giving the seamers a go to try and break this partnership.
And I think you're going to get your wish. I think you're going to see an over of Casey Aldridge. That looked all a little easy, that over. 80 for 3, Lancashire. 71 required for victory. Of 54 deliveries. Just on 8 and over required for victory. And you'll be backing the batting side most times with that equation. And what a softie that is. I tell you what, Aldridge comes in, golden arm. Ashton Turner chips it straight to the skipper. And is that the moment that turns it back for Durham?
Let's hope for. Like I say, that partnership was just beginning to build a bit of momentum. Aldridge, after taking a good catch on the boundary, comes in, bowls a good length, and Turner just chipped it extra cover.
You'll take that every day of the week from a Durham point of view. The dangerous Ashton Turner goes for 7. And I tell you, the running between the wickets won't ease up here as Josh Bohannon comes to the crease.
No. Different style running between the wickets from Turner, I would think. There's a
few more strides.
Yeah. But a handy man to come in here, wealth of experience. Just get rid of Jones, get 2 men on naught here, Thorpe, and
all part of the plan.
Squeeze. Again, like both innings, I mean, obviously, it's easy sat up here. Oh, looks a nice pitch, doing a little bit, coming on nice, but always a little bit in it for the bowlers, isn't there?
You just look at the comparisons and the lost wickets at bad times throughout. Both 4 down at this stage. Aldridge in again, and this one's nudged down. Bohannon rapidly between the wickets, and it's to Parkinson's right hand. So it's not a comfortable 2, but a well-run 2. Not sure Parkinson can do anything about that.
No.
It was soft, and it was just far enough to his right that he had to throw around his body. I see a lot of similarities in the load-up to Mark Wood. Long load-up. And a good Yorker from Aldridge, making an impact straight away, picking up a wicket first ball, and that wicket was Ashton Turner.
There's a lot like. You can see why Ryan Campbell's got him up here. Big, tall, athletic lad.
Height makes a difference as well, doesn't it? Hitting the pitch hard. Oh, and that's a quick single.
Oh, Get up, get up. Oh.
Is that Folks? Please don't be
Folks.
injured.
No.
Seen enough of our Durham overseas players getting injured. Thank you very much. Thought that was a very tight single, but well run in the end.
No, he's a good athlete, isn't he, Folks? Jeepers, he
Yeah.
moved well there. Come on, let's get rid of Jones.
Good crowd catch. That was cut away hard into the ground. Probably not the line or length that Aldridge would want to bowl with that field. A yard either side
Yeah, you can see
would have resulted in
Jones
a boundary.
throws his head back in disappointment there. Good stop. Is that Southwood backward point?
Yeah. No, it's Ackerman actually there. And that one punched down to long on. So a good over for Durham. 4 runs and a wicket. Importantly, that of Ashton Turner off that over. 84. We've got 85, is it for 5? 84? 84 it is. 12 overs deep.
And with that wicket, Durham have just edged into the lead on the Douglas Lewis.
Yeah, it's going to rain now. No chance. That sun's shining bright. There is a bank of clouds. Gordon's sucking that bank of clouds in as we speak. No chance.
No.
We're getting a full game of
We
cricket.
want a full game, and we want a nail biter again. Come on. Interesting to see how Jones plays that. Will he keep going hard?
He hits the ball beautifully down the ground. Always a little bit inside out.
Yeah.
Brings Bohannon on strike. Neck and neck on the old Worms. And then clips that down to long on. It'll just be a single.
I think Bohannon's just trying to ease that into that sort of straight mid-wicket with a bit of pace off there. He was a bit disappointed he hit that one as well as he did.
They're going to look for 2 here. Aldridge eats the ground up well. Moves well, the big man. Just having a look at who's to come here. Chris Green, Jack Butherwick, Tom Aspinwall, Charlie Barnard, and Jimmy Anderson. Bring up the rear. Will he be the hero later on? I hope we get to find out, because if he gets
Yes.
the bat, then this contest is right on.
He did walk past with his bag over there before.
Of course he
I was
did.
thinking that's a good sign. He's ready for a bat. He knows they're in a contest here.
Love it. These tail ender bats. Interesting that they're leaving that extra cover open for Jones just to knock it into. Again, singles off each of the balls, but if this just goes for the 6, then Durham will be happy as that run rate required just eases up, and it will just be another single. So good work from Parkinson. 90 now for 4.
Good over.
60 required off 42.
Very comfortable for Lancashire there. I think we need to keep trying to push for wickets. South is back.
Big moment. Nathan Souter from the Lumley end. I feel every over now is just crucial to the outcome of this game. And whips that away, and we'll look for 2. Oh, a little bit of confusion
Brilliant
there,
fielding.
and it's excellent fielding down in the deep. Will Rhodes, I believe, is the man down there. It's a long way for us to read the numbers. I think it is
15.
Will Rhodes. Especially with my old hands, my old eyes. Definitely can't see it with my hands. The sun just starting to peek through into our commentary position as well. What we need is a mutual eclipse. Oh, he defeats Jones in the air. And it's clothed well enough that it doesn't carry out to the man in the deep. And that's a good sign for Durham. Oh, Ollie Robinson right on the foot. He's limping more than Matty Hurst.
That was well, it was a nice throw. It should have been just above the stumps, but just shot about 2 inches off the floor.
Right into his foot. There we go. A bit of cloud coming in.
There we go.
It's nicely played. But Hannon using his feet, punching down the ground. Much nicer bounce for Ollie Robinson. Good work from Sauter. Controlled 1 for 20. His figures. Picked up the big wicket of Keaton Jennings. Oh, and again clothed down the ground. Jones looking to really go at Sauter here. Hasn't got hold of him as of yet. But the intent is there for all to see.
Definitely.
Sauter with a little wry grin on his face. Bohannon does that beautifully down the ground, and it will go all the way, I believe, for 4, just in front of the Toblerone. Hitting strong and hitting straight has definitely been the way to go here today.
Definitely fantastic controlled shot. He's quite wide at long on that man there. And Bohannon's just not let the spinners settle, as he's been very busy. Ran hard between the wickets. Might get a break here. Thought we've lost the ball.
Beautiful. Down in the covers there. Towards the Chester Park, Lumley end of the ground. Jones and Bohannon in deep discussion as the ball has been retrieved. Might be a little bit moist, being trapped in the covers. Is it time for Durham to maybe go back to somebody like a Jimmy Neesham or give Aldridge another over here and just hit the pitch hard and use those variations?
That would be the way I'd go, I think.
That's what I feel this game needs. The spin, this is no disrespect to any of these spinners, but it's just looked easier to face on this surface all day.
I agree. And like I say, these are two absolutely fantastic spinners, so nothing against them. Just doesn't look to be gripping at all. Just sliding on with that live coverage of glass.
9 off the over. Runs off every ball of the over. 5 singles and a boundary.
And for me, we're almost hoping for them to hold out somewhere with that attack. Whereas I think we can actually attack those stumps and really get a wicket without them making a mistake.
Really interesting comparisons there, neck and neck. As we just have a look at the stats and the worms over on NV Play. Really intriguing contest this. Lancashire, right, isn't it? We are going to see Jimmy Neesham. He's going to have a little change. He's going to bowl from the Finkel end.
And these clouds have just rolled in for a sea ash.
Yeah. What we got on Duckworth Lewis, Gordon?
We've got 107 at the end of this over, so...
Do they not do it by the ball now? See if that changes after each ball.
Possibly.
I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Well, we'll find out.
Back in our day, pieces of paper in pockets that changed all. Nobody had a clue. Neesham's in. Takes the pace off the ball altogether. Good variation.
Spun on the second bounce.
Yeah, that's what you don't want as a keeper.
It's a no ball if you get it to spin on the second bounce. Isn't it? Yeah, Brian Hunt used to get the old Duckworth Lewis sheet out over. Old Hunt,
then it would start raining in your pocket and the things would start merging into each other. It was a bloody absolute nightmare.
I wonder how Brian's doing, actually. I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, me either, actually. William Dobson and Graham Madison scoring for us today.
Two good men.
I wouldn't go that far. That's cut away off the back foot nicely. And Bohannon touches down and comes back for 2. Used the pace on that very nicely, Bohannon.
What have these two scorers done to you, Thorpe?
Graham Madison didn't feed me. That's the 100 that's come up for Lancashire. I was promised all sorts today from Graham Madison. Nah, not his fault at all. You're absolutely right. 2 great men. Good servants to this club for a long time now. $101.50 to win for Lancashire. 34 balls remaining. And again, pace taken off. Bohannon just pushes that down to Casey Aldridge at long on for another single. You just feel Lancashire just setting this up for the last few overs. Probably know that these two, along with Chris Green, are the key for Lancashire winning this game.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tail, isn't there, I feel?
Yeah.
So we can break this partnership.
Yeah, you've got Green, Blatherwick, Aspinwall, Barnard and Anderson still to come. Michael Jones, key to this chase, 38. And again, he pushes it and he says maybe.
Ball.
And Aldridge does well, but can't stop 2 there. That's brilliant running, brilliant fielding. That's great cricket.
Outstanding. Again, like these two have ran brilliantly, haven't they?
And that's one thing we didn't see a lot of from Durham. We didn't see many 2s in the Durham innings. Great Yorker from Neesham, and that will just be a single. Oh, awkward length there from Casey Aldridge back into Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Last ball of the over. Bohannon pushes that into the covers.
Well fielded, Lees.
Good from Alex Lees. Probably prevented a second run there if that one had got into the pocket behind him. That ends the over. 106 on the board. 45 required from 30.
Game's just meandering along here.
Set up for a big finish, isn't it?
Yeah.
9 and over now required. Still manageable, but Durham gambling here a little bit with Salter again. You feel that this is the over that I reckon Lancashire will really target.
Yes, and obviously we saw Jones go of extra cover earlier on. So Salter will be trying to keep it tight with that leg stump if he can and try and get them hitting into that wind. But no, there's just a little bit of pressure picking up mount. Like you say, 9 and over.
Oh, big shot from Bohannon, who was looking to hit over cover. Drags it away with a big inside edge. Good from Salter. Salter will need to be really disciplined with his line here, bowling really at the pads of the batsman.
And he did get a little bit of in drift with the wind when he bowled at this end. Obviously, he's pushing it the other way now.
Yeah. And that's hit and hit long and into the car park.
That is massive.
That's massive. It's nearly out of the ground.
Oh, it's hit them. Is it BMWs? Oh, it's gone through the window.
Straight through the back.
A Mercedes.
Can the owner of a white Mercedes please give us the ball back? That's not what you need when you've just gone to the gym. You've probably had a good workout.
What a strike that was.
That's a great shot. It's a great shot.
And that's what we had with Jones last. That was what his roll, death hit, and he hits a long ball. And like you say, that little bit of pressure he just built up, it's just gone a little bit here.
Bit of MC Hammer ringing out around the ground.
Is it Wiggy
Maybe
on-
referring to him trying to retrieve that ball out of the car. You can't touch this.
Is James Wigan on the decks?
He is. Great tunes. Nothing worth. Imagine that on the tannoy in the gym. Can the owner of a Mercedes registration please can't your windows absolutely goose, but can we have our ball back, please? See the lights just flashing off in the distance next to the sight screen. It's not often at a professional cricket ground that you get play stopped. Imagine you just got his car, walked around the other way, and what's my alarm going off for? And just jumped in the car and drove off and didn't realise till he got home that his back window had been absolutely belted.
The Mini's just put his lights on. He's moving out of there quick. He
Get
knows
me
that's
out of here.
right in Jones's hitting zone. Hopefully them lights put him off of you.
Yeah. Wicket coming. Nicely played by Jones. I'll look for two, but settle for the single. Done the hard work off this over. Or will they try and go again?
Can you get the figures up there? Come on, South. Slide one through.
Bahanan clips that one away to Ben Raine, and they get through for a single. It's just seemed that every time the spinners have come on, that it's just runs have seemed to have flowed off every ball.
Yeah, Ackerman's gone at 16, South at 9s. Parky at 7.
Casey Aldridge, 1 for 4 off his overs. Jones goes again
Straight.
and slices for 4. Was looking to go back to back into the Mercedes. This one goes off the toe of the bat and straight back over his head. And that's a brilliant half century for the former Durham man. And raises his bat 52 from 35 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. And this was the over I feared they would target, and it's been the case so far. Last ball remaining for Salter. Can he get out of the over without any further damage? Jones coming down and belts that to mid-off, but it should just be the single as Aldridge does the work out at long off. Ends a good over. 14 from that one, and just putting Lancashire right back ahead of where they need to be.
Definitely. And like you say, South is our trump bowler. In most situations, absolutely no problem with him going to him. This is the man I think we need to just nip one through the gate here.
Yeah, he's been and done it before, Ben Raine.
Get that big double fist pump going.
31 from 24 required for the Lightning. I think the owner of the Mercedes has just rocked up to inspect the damage. Or it might be somebody else trying to maybe get a handbag off the back seat. Ben Raine from the Finkel end. Jones loads up. Baseball style with that front foot, just poised on tiptoes and launches into the ball. Bloody vegetarians into the food again. Got meat in them. Oh, has that hit Ollie Robinson in the head?
Ollie Robinson's had a torrid time the last few overs here.
It might have just got the gloves in front of his face to that. I wish he'd have just knocked it back to him in the head down the pitch.
It must be horrible as a wicketkeeper when people get down like that, 'cause you just get totally unsighted.
He's done well for that not to go for buys.
Oh, 100%. He's stood his ground, hold the line.
Important for Durham. It's a dot ball. 30 from 22. Bahanan climbs into that slower ball. But we haven't mentioned his name much in the field. Graham Clark, the People's Champion.
No, he's
Been
normally in
quiet
the
today.
action.
Maybe he's got one bit of brilliance in him to turn this back towards Durham.
I think we're going to need a bit of brilliance just to break this partnership. When do you bring Folks back, Thorpe?
Maybe next. That's beautifully whipped away by Jones, but it'll just be a single. You don't want to leave it till it's too late. You want him to, if he can only go for a few runs, then maybe that increases the pressure for one of the other bowlers. Ben Raine still has one more after this, so you'd expect him to bowl out. Folks with one, and then maybe Jimmy Neesham with one would be probably your 3 finishers.
Yeah.
Maybe Aldridge. Oh, that's hit hard down the ground, but straight to Casey Aldridge. I think of a second, but there's absolutely no chance. He rifles that back into Ben Raine. Good over so far. Just the 4 singles from it. 1 ball remaining. You just do not want this ball to go for a boundary. From a Durham point of view, if you're from a Lancashire point of view, can you get that next over? That is 8 or 10. Oh, Ben Raine, you absolute beauty! I don't know what Vic Domain, the head groundsman, does with the stumps but I love seeing stumps scatter everywhere.
Oh.
And from a Durham point of view, that is massive. Michael Jones has been so good today. He's gone 55, bowled by Ben Raine. His 55 came off 39 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s, and 1 rear windscreen. But he has to go.
And that is Ben Raine. That hard length, just a little bit of nip back. Like you say, he plays in, out. It's always susceptible to the ball coming back in. And that is a fantastic ball from Ben Raine to get us back in this game. New batter at the crease is Green, I think.
Yeah, it is. And just transfers some pressure back onto Bohannon now, who's had really the easy run of it. He's had Jones at the other end, and Bohannon's just been able to knock it around pretty much at a runner ball. Was he at 21 off 18, 21 off 19 with just the 1 boundary. That run rate now is 9 and over. And me and Alex Lees, we're pretty tight on the same wavelength. Zach Folks is back into the attack, and this is exactly where I would have used him. You might go Folks, Raine, and then finish with Jimmy Neesham.
Yeah.
But again, even that 1 over from Ackerman allows him just to have that flexibility at the back end. I know it went for 16. And even that 1 over from Aldridge as well. So it just gives you so many more options as a captain at the back end of the innings. Zach Folks. Slower ball. Cut. I think it might be 2 as it races away out into the deep. That's good batting from Josh Bohannon. Just had a little slip as he was running between the wickets. Pinkish coloured pads. Just a handy cricketer, isn't he, Josh Bohannon?
Yeah. Action-packed. Like I say, his running's been...
Yeah, it's dynamite, isn't it?
A real selling point. He's someone in the middle overs to get those 2s on these big grounds is gold dust. Oh.
That's just a single. 24 from 16. Chris Green on strike now. Yet to face a ball. That's exactly what Durham want. If they can get Bohannon and get 2 new batters to the crease, that's absolutely gold. And I'm going to have to stand up, Muchie, because that sun is now really probably bouncing off my head into your eyes. But yeah, I can't. No, I'm good, mate. I'm good. Thank you. Sun setting in the west. Long shadows out there on the ground, as you can see. Chris Green's shadow even longer, with him being 6'3" or 6'4". Zach Folks.
Oh,
great Yorker. Beautiful Yorker.
It's a lovely whippy action.
Yeah, it's just probably on you a little bit quicker than what you would expect. Like I said, it's not quite off the wrong foot, but it's just a lovely relaxed run up and then lots of energy at the crease. Strong boy from Christchurch. Same place as Ben Stokes grew up. And this time he takes the pace off it, and Chris Green muscles that one into the gym. That is huge.
That's a great
What
shot.
a shot, second ball.
That is a great shot. And again, pace off. But Green just hit that one straight into Ballantyne's. Again, it's easy.
Wow.
It's
What
easy.
a swing of the bat.
Sat up here, but Lancashire didn't go at the slow balls, did they? The
No.
hard length, top of those stumps.
And that's exactly where Folks goes, and that one's cut out to Ackerman out in the deep. Much needed. Big sunglasses on out there, looking right into the sun.
It's a nightmare when you run those clouds to come over quick.
17 from 13 balls. Again, we keep saying that nearly every over, the last ball is huge. The last ball of the last over, Ben Raine knocked over Michael Jones. What will we get here from Zach Folks? It's been superb so far. 1 for 22. This one strikes Bohannon on the pad, no damage to either side. 16 from the last two required from the Lightning. I think we're going to get that formula of Ben Raine followed by Jimmy Neesham. What can Ben Raine leave Jimmy Neesham for that last over? Durham will be pleased that they've turned 150 into a contest on this pitch.
Yeah, it's been a great game. You've always felt as if Lancashire were in control here, but keep saying it. A wicket here changes everything.
Yeah.
Green's hit a nice 6 so far. Bohannon's been very busy.
He's done his damage with his running between the wickets, hasn't he, Bohannon?
And I mean, that partnership, you say he's a running ball, but that partnership with Jones there could be the
Big in this
telling
contest.
part. Well done, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, really awkward. Ben Raine just taking all the air out of that. I'll tell you what was good, what you can't see just off camera, Nathan Souter running around anticipating that one at short third man. Yeah. So again, all the boys are really switched on and dialed in. They realise that they can go 2 for 2 at the start of this campaign against two very good sides in Birmingham and Lancashire. Pace off again, and this one's clothed into the ground, and the skipper does the fielding. 15 from 10.
And
Crowd starting to get into it as well. Some "Come on Durham" shouts.
Yeah. The poor students will be able to see a thing sat in there.
I don't think they're bothered. Just keep them cocktails coming.
I wonder how many George is on now.
Yeah, George is 6 deep. That's cut away, and that will be cut away for 4. That's great batting from Chris Green. Graham Clark very straight out on the offside. And clever batting, opening the face and hitting that one through point for 4. 11 from 9.
I'd like to see Leesy try and save one here. We need to try and get a dot somewhere and build some pressure.
That's whipped away right in the hole. Thinking of 2, but Aldridge says, do it. Do it if you want, because I'm running you out. He's been excellent at long on and long off.
He's covered some
game.
miles.
Yeah, he has. The GPS tracker will be going.
With the big bowling boots on. Can he size those, I think?
Yeah, look like a good 12, don't they? Big clogs. 10 from 8. Durham needing another wicket here. That's great bowling from Ben Raine. They don't want that to go for 2, and Aldridge does brilliantly, sprinting in off the line. Those little 1%ers. Great anticipation there with the miss hit. And again, we talk about big balls. Easy, Gordon. Last ball of the penultimate over. Ben Raine right in the hole. 8 it's going to be from the last over. This game is on a knife edge. You'd have to say that Lancashire are one boundary away really from winning this game. This over has to go perfectly for Durham to win, but they've given themselves a chance.
Definitely. And
You're saying there's a chance.
there's a chance. Jimmy Neesham's been here, done it before.
Sweet Caroline raining out across Riverside. DJ Wiggy up there. The students are in.
Green on strike. He's eyeing up Bannatynes again here.
Yeah. Jimmy Neesham,
Come on, big Jimmy.
the man with the ball in hand. Last over from the Lumley end. The magic numbers. Lancashire need 8 from 6 balls. The longer Durham can eke into this over without a boundary, the more nerves will be on the Red Rose.
What are you going for first ball here, Thorby?
You got to go whole. You don't want to give any length to Chris Green. Get it in the
Straight.
block hole. Right there. They're going to look for 2.
Run out.
Bohannon touches and goes, but there's definitely not a second there.
Well
I
done,
tell you what, Ollie
Robinson.
Robinson, a beautiful take there. 'Cause that was an awkward throw out in the deep.
That was the one where you had to go and catch it on the half volley like you did, or you take one step back and it could go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
After he's just been hitting the foot from the same spot 2 overs ago.
Fantastic wicket keeping and really good fielding. What you want to do in that situation is get to the ball as quick as you can and release it. 7 from 5.
So, what are we doing here? We're bringing, fine leg back, mid-wicket in. Just to try and stop that little push and run into mid-wicket, I feel. And he's come in tight, saving the 1. So is he rolling the dice in? He's going to go full Yorker straight again.
He's got to. Will Bohannon try and use the pace. It's short and it's cut away. And it's cut away for 4. That's brilliant batting from Bohannon. Got the length he wanted to get under it. And is that victory for Lancashire in one blow? They need 3 from 4 now.
What a shot. It was an interesting ball with this field, Ash. I've got to say.
That's just a great shot. Neesham back to hole. Will they look to sacrifice maybe coming back for 2? They won't. They don't need that. They only need 2 from 3 balls now to win. Does Alex Lees risk this here and bring people up?
We've got to, haven't we?
You can't just let them score comfortable singles. Not sure if Chris Green's broken his bat here. There's a few pieces of willow being run onto the ground. Maybe Parky can trip him over on the way out. Two to win from 3 balls. Is that shot off the back foot from Bohannon, giving victory to Lancashire. Still just the 4 in the circle. Neesham in. He bowls full and straight, and that's whipped away. It's in the air, but doesn't quite carry out to folks in the deep.
Come on, Jimmy. Can you get us 2 wickets here?
Brings up the 150 and scores are tied. Do we have super overs in this? I don't know. We're about to find out if we get 2 wickets. No is the answer. Andy says no. Making the rules up as he goes along there behind. He sat there eating chocolate, cheese curls all bloody day, and then just says, "No, we're not having a super over." He wants to go home. He wants to go in the Durham uni stand. Bit nervous. There's an ambulance over there at the moment. Yeah, that might be for Matty Hurst. His hip replacement. Ollie Robinson is going to come up to the stumps. And the last throw of the dice for Durham. There's men everywhere in the circle. All Bohannon needs to do is to pierce the infield to get victory. 1 from 2 required. Are you kidding me? What an incredible catch that is from Jimmy Neesham. That has been absolutely belted back at him. He stuck out the big right paw, and with it, gives Durham hope of a tie. Because, to be fair, that might have hit umpire Pratt at the non-striker's end anyway. But what an incredible catch from Jimmy Neesham.
What a catch. It was this game last year where Coggers took one off his nose end. That one was just wide. Stuck the big paw out, did the Hulk as you call him, and it's just stuck in there. Giving Durham a little bit of a lifeline here.
Wow.
And that was a good knock from behind, and like you say, that shot for 4, 2 balls again, probably looked like it took the game away from Durham, but that catch from Neesham's just given us a little bit of a lifeline here, Thorpe.
You never know. In the words of Dumb and Dumber, he's saying there's a chance.
What a film.
Here we go. Well, I guess all you can do with 150 on the board is take it to the last ball.
There you go.
Lancashire will probably be a little bit disappointed that they haven't put this away earlier. But are we in for a tie? Are we in for a Lancashire win? We're about to find out. There's 1 ball remaining. Lancashire need 1 to win. Here on Durham Live from the Banks Homes Riverside. You're in the Daffer News studio with Ash Thorpe and Gordon Mutchell. Jimmy Neesham, ball in hand. And it's hit to mid-off, and it's a fumble, and Lancashire will get home. Lancashire get home. Huge anti-climax from a Durham point of view. But Lancashire win by 4 wickets. Blatherwick doing enough to get Lancashire home in an absolutely thrilling finish to the game, Gordon.
What an absolute brilliant game of cricket. Like you say, it was sort of no one really got ahead of the game. Everyone stayed in, and then just a slight misfield there. Great bit of fielding again. He's fielded well all day as Aldridge, and he just got a nasty little bobble there. But no, fantastic game of cricket.
It was. Lancashire probably just managing that run chase well. Durham kept picking up wickets as Lancashire did all the way through. But you have to take your hat off to Lancashire. We're going to nip to Andy and Gordon in the studio in just a moment. But that was huge from Durham to take that game all the way through to the last ball. You'll have to give full credit to them. Unfortunately, that doesn't equal points. Lancashire will take the points back to Manchester with them, and Durham will maybe rue a few missed opportunities. We're going to throw you straight to Andy in the studio, where he has Gordon, and I'm going to sprint from my position into chair number 3.
I've never seen Ash Thorpe sprint in my entire life. But sadly, disappointment for Durham, not just in the men, but obviously with the women earlier on. A double header that's ended in double defeat for the D's this Sunday afternoon. And I think, Muchie, disappointment's kind of that key, because we put ourselves in that position and just couldn't claim the win at the end there.
That's it. I think we did really well. Like I said, I think we said at half-time it was a little bit below par score. We made a real fist of it. The lads tried all the way through there, kept taking wickets, probably not quite as regularly as we needed to. A couple of good big partnerships for Lancashire, which is probably the difference in the tail at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And just focusing on the finish there, Ash, in particular. I mean, you guys were calling it absolutely perfectly, as you both have done all the way through the afternoon alongside George, who God knows where George is right now, somewhere in the middle of that stand of students that's going on. But to get to there, the lads are going to be disappointed, but it's another nail-biter between these two.
Yeah, it is, and we've had some great games. I think it was 2 runs the difference last year, and we've had a last ball thriller here. We had an amazing caught and bowled last year with Coggers and Jimmy Neesham there. The penultimate ball stuck out that right hand. God knows how he's caught that, but that took us to the last ball. Lancashire will probably be a little bit disappointed that they didn't finish that off earlier. However, like I said on comms, they go home with the points.
What do you think of the bowling today, Muchie? Because a lot's been made of it, obviously, with us defending today. What do you think of that Durham bowling?
I thought we bowled well. I think if we're talking about executing plans, I think I was really impressed with the way how Lancashire bowled, and I thought they probably bowled more balls at the top of that off stump on a wicket that was offering a little bit than we did. Obviously, we're sat in the commentary box. Those guys are out there. It's easy sat here saying, "Well, we could have done this, could have done that." But again, Leesy's marshalled his troops, made some good decisions, and it just didn't go our way today.
Yeah.
And we live to fight another day, and we'll go on to the next one and give it a good crack.
That's the thing, it comes down to small margins. As we all know, T20, any form of cricket really does come down to small margins. Is that small margin today, Ash, is it down to the simple fact of foundations of partnerships?
I think it's a huge part of it. I think even bowling partnerships as well. You look at the way that we started. We had that wicket maiden. We had a maiden over, then followed by a big over for Lancashire, and then Zach Folkes come and took a wicket maiden. So if we'd have strung maybe those 3 first overs together, that could have been a difference. I'm not having a go at Colin Ackerman at all. I think Gordon Mitchell was calling for 2 seamers to open the bowling, and I think that would have been a really good option. And that's something that Durham can learn from. If they play again on a wicket similar here, that they might look to change that up a little bit different. It wasn't Parkinson to turn the ball into the 2 left-handers. They went with the off-spinner to turn it away. So they have thought about it. It hasn't quite worked today, and those small margins are the difference in tight games.
And there's enough signs, isn't there, Muchie, from not just from today, but the win down at Edgbaston, of course, yesterday evening as well. There's enough signs that this Durham team, they're going to be in and around the top 4, more certainly in this North group.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, last year we got out the group stage. We want to get to finals day this year. And we've got a great squad. You know, there's people that come back in. Obviously, Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay playing in the Lions game at the minute. There's a lot. It's not panic stations. We've won 1, lost 1. I think we lost the first 3 last year, did we? So, and we're playing good cricket. We've got 4 people handed a cap yesterday, so it takes you a little bit of time to bed in, get your roles. And there's absolutely a lot of positives from today.
Yeah, 100%. How much do you think Ryan Campbell's going to learn from this weekend, Ash, from a T20 that perhaps he didn't know already?
I think he'll realise that he's got a lot of options, and Alex Lees probably more importantly will realise that he has different options with spin. He's got different options with seam. So the likes of Will Rhodes didn't bowl. Casey Aldridge bowled 1 over. I thought maybe they could have used the seamers a little bit more. I think we saw in the girls' game and the lads' game that seam was the hardest to get away, and spin just seemed to slide on with the bat. So, but on the flip side, you know, Nathan Souter and Callum Parkinson are 2 huge weapons for us, but maybe this surface they can learn a little bit from that and go, actually, they might even be able to change the makeup of the team a little bit. Lots to learn, but lots of positive signs, I think, from Durham, that there were lots of contributions, but just not that match-defining one today. Yeah,
and likely positives that are going to be carried all the way through this T20 season, because let's face it, the T20 season isn't won or lost across one weekend, 2 games in 2 days. It's won across 6-7 weeks of the regular season in the North Group. Guys, just to kind of quickly finish off with a bit of reflection on the day as a whole, it was kind of posed as this historic day for Durham, obviously the first time that the men and the women's team had played in the same stadium, same format, same day as well. Obviously, it's ended in defeat for both, but how much did Durham as a club take away from a day as successful as this, kind of, to see the 2 teams play on the same day?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's massive for the girls having this opportunity to come, play in front of a good crowd like they had. And again, they put up a good fight as well. Another close one, which could have gone either way. It's just brilliant, isn't it? There's a real feel-good feel about the place. It seems as if they've sort of just joined in seamlessly. Everyone seems to be on the same page, getting on really well. So it's just absolutely brilliant for women's cricket and Durham County Cricket Club.
Yeah, Ash, what do you reckon?
Yeah, echo those thoughts. To have the girls, and you saw 2 girls straight through the pathway into the first team in this game. That's what we want for our region. We want them to represent Durham first, then go on and represent England as Durham cricketers. We've got a few of those guys on the men's circuit. Let's see a few on the girls as well. So, yeah, hugely positive signs, and let's hope the next double header. Have we got one next Sunday?
Yeah, 10 days, Wednesday.
Wednesday, is it? Yeah. So let's hope that we get some more good crowds in, some more good weather, and hope for a couple of wins.
Absolutely, a midweek double header as well, which more will be made of in a second. Muchie, Long Island iced tea, Ash, bourbon. There you have it. Simple as that for these guys in the Devon News studio here on Durham Live. But like we've just queued up there, We're not too long until we're next back in action here at Chester Street, the Banks Homes Riverside. Another double header taking place 10 days' time. I think that's a Wednesday that we're going into that one. But while this double header hasn't ended in double delight for the D's today, plenty of positives, plenty to take into the rest of the Vitality T20 Blast 2025. To Ash Thorpe, of course, to Gordon Mutchell, and of course to George as well, who, Lord knows where he is right now. I can make a safe guess, I imagine. Thank you to all of you guys, as per usual. We'll see you in 10 days' time. And thank you to all of you for watching, whether you are in the world. Thank you for being with us here on Durham Live. From me, Andy Sixsmith, we will see you in 10 days' time. Keep supporting Durham. Take care. Bye for now.